want to thank everyone for joining us. Sean, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, this is the call center. We can hear you clearly.
Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everyone to the call, and we'll start right away. And so our first order of business is to call the January 21st, 2021 Metropolitan Planning Commission to order. I want to welcome all the commissioners. We've had a lot going on in Nashville, and we're going to discuss a lot of that today on the call. I want to give my sincere, just a real quick personal privilege note to all of Nashville, all of Nashvillians, the officers, and all the first responders and people who were involved in the Christmas bombing downtown Nashville. My heart goes out to everyone, but especially the officers and the first responders. We're going to discuss some of that at the end of the agenda, our involvement as a planning commission, and as things move rapidly on that front. So the first thing we need to do is do roll call. And so as I call your name, if you'll just say present, I appreciate it. And Vice Chair Farr. I'm not sure if she's on yet. Did not. I do not see Vice Chair Farr, so we'll get back when she joins us on the call. We will be able to do that. And after we do roll call, I see a hand from Councilor Berkeley Allen, but we'll do roll call first and then a couple of reminders about the call. Commissioner Gobble.
Here.
Commissioner Haynes. We'll get back. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. I believe that we have Commissioner Johnson, maybe? No. Yeah. Commissioner Johnson. We still can't hear you. You're unmuted, but Commissioner Johnson, we'll come back. Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Councilor Murphy. There we go. Commissioner Sims.
Present.
Excellent. Commissioner Tibbs.
Here.
Excellent. And Commissioner Atkins, it's me. I'm here. And Commissioner Johnson, let's try you again. So I see she's on the app, but on the call. But Sean, could you potentially see if we can help Commissioner Johnson get her audio?
And Chairman, I believe Commissioner Farr has joined us now.
Commissioner Farr, are you present?
I am present.
All right, there's our Vice Chair. Welcome.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Farr and Commissioner Johnson. We're having some technical difficulties with Commissioner Johnson, but we'll, Sean, if you could get that worked out for us, that would be great. And then Bob is Commissioner. I don't see Commissioner Haynes.
Commissioner Haynes and Commissioner Blackshear are not supposed to be here today.
Oh, okay. Haynes is on my list. Commissioner Haynes is not present. And so we do have a quorum, and we'll get Commissioner Johnson's, once we get her up and running, hopefully we'll be able to hear her. All right. So next, before we get started, I want to remind everyone, I know it's painful, but first reminder, housekeeping is please mute your lines. If you're not speaking, it really helps with feedback, and so everyone in the public can hear us clearly. And that would be extremely helpful. The second reminder is when I say please raise your hand, it's not raise your hand in person. It's actually raising your raising your hand icon in the teleconference app. So if you want to speak, you can either raise your hand or verbally state that you want to speak, and we'll go slow to make sure that we don't miss anyone. I sincerely miss everyone And hopefully sometime this year we can get back to having in-person meetings, because I really enjoy working with you all, the team, and Nashville, all the Nashvillians. So can't wait to get back, but I appreciate everybody being patient doing these teleconference calls. So that brings us to our second item of business, which is item B, which is to establish a telephonic meeting due to COVID-19 as permitted under Executive Order 16. I want to recognize our esteemed attorney. Alex, are you on the line, my friend?
I am, Mr. Chair. So the motion that we would need is that the proposed agenda constitutes essential business of this body, and the meeting electronically is necessary for the health, safety, and well-being of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Excellent. And so I appreciate that. And so we are establishing, so what the motion would need, the motion would be this: to meet electronically as it's necessary to protect the health and safety and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. Any planning rules that are in conflict with the governor's order are hereby temporarily suspended until the governor's order is no longer in effect. That's the motion. And which commissioner would like to make that particular motion? Vice Chair?
I would be happy to make that motion.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second?
Second.
Second. And that's Commissioner Lawson, wasn't it? Or was that Commissioner Gobble?
It was me.
Oh, that's Commissioner Lawson making the second. Thank you. And any discussion, if the commissioners would raise your hand in icon or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
And Commissioner Johnson is present. All right. Well, Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and we have adopted a telephonic meeting. Now we are on your agenda, we are on to item C, which is the actual adoption of the agenda. And that was sent out earlier and put on the website. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
It's Jessica. So moved.
Vice Chair Farr,
Yep.
make the motion. Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Gobble on second.
Commissioner Gobble seconds the motion. Any discussion? If you would raise your hand in the app and or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing no discussion, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. We are now on to item C, which is approval of the December 10th, 2020 minutes. And those were also sent to you prior to the meeting and posted on the website. And we will need a motion to adopt the minutes. Is there, Vice Chair Farr, you want to make the motion?
Make a motion that we adopt the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Farr. And Council Lady Murphy. Oops, Council Lady Murphy, you're on mute. There we go.
I seconded.
Excellent. Thank you, Council Lady Murphy, for seconding that. Any discussion? If you would raise your hand and in the icon or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for a roll call vote on the minutes. And Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
I don't know that.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and minutes are adopted. Now we are on to item E, which is the recognition of the council members. And as we do normally, I have taken the council members as I have seen y'all. I know some of you are, I see some of you are raising your hands and that sort of thing, but I take you as when I see you guys come on the app. And so we'll start with Councilman Withers.
Thank you so much, Chair Adkins. I appreciate the recognition. I don't have any particular items on the agenda today, but I did want to just speak very, very briefly about item 36, which is the minimum lot frontage widths in the T3 and T4 neighborhood evolving districts. Just wanted to share that I really appreciated the Peer City comparison research that's included in the staff report. I think that was very helpful. And I support the staff recommendation. I frequently have a lot of very lively discussions with constituents and community members about how we as a city can, address housing, the housing shortage that we have and approaches that other cities take. And I guess what I would offer is that addressing lot sizes and having some degree of compatibility doesn't necessarily affect or limit our ability to take other solutions for housing density, such as adding or allowing, let's say, an additional unit on that lot per se, or pursuing more multifamily. But I think that having some degree of minimum standard for lot frontages in evolving areas makes a lot of sense, particularly as some of our lots in some areas do have a lot of depth. And so rather than having a very large number of single family or duplex houses bunched together in a particular area, if there is a need for more housing, we might want to instead look at other options like cottage developments or multifamily options or things like that to meet that housing need. But again, I appreciate the diligence that was shown in the staff report and wanted to share that praise with the commission and speak in favor of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that. Councilman Hager?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners, for letting me be here at this meeting. As y'all know, I'm at 219 2nd Avenue North, so we just got back into our office this beginning of this week. We had some damage from the bombing on Christmas Day, but we're working through it and trying to get everything fixed back the way it was. I have two things on the agenda. I have number 40, and I'll discuss that when we get to it. That's a 3 subdivision division plat. And then I have number 43, which is a concept plan. I had a community meeting about that, and I'll discuss it when it comes up. I think there are concerns from the community about the traffic situation in that area, even though it's not a rezoning. We did have a community meeting about it, and I'll discuss that when it comes up on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate you being on the call, and I'm glad you're safe and back in your office. That is great news.
Thank you.
All right, we have Councilmember Druffel.
Hey, thanks, Chair and Commissioners. I'm just here to listen to the interest I have is item number 37, the overlay for short-term rentals, just to sort of hear the conversation and hear what's going on with that. And that's all I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that we potentially, on that, I want to ask Lisa to give an update, Councilman, on that. Lisa?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan. Item number 37, the owner-occupied short-term rental overlay district has been deferred. That has been that was a request of Councilman O'Connell, and so he has requested that be deferred to the March 25th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thanks very much. I didn't have that on my, and I saw this on the docket, so I just wanted to make sure. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. And I just want to make sure that you knew about that, Councilman. And it was I think it was a pretty last minute change. So we did have it on the docket, but it's being deferred. So thank you for asking about it.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Next is Council Lady Van Rees.
Hey, good afternoon. I wanted to say Happy New Year to a lot of you. I haven't been able to see you yet. I am wanting to chime in today on a couple of things that are on your consent agenda. And as you know, it takes a lot of work to get stuff ready to be on the consent agenda. Item 16A and 16B are kind of companions. One is a community plan amendment making room for a rezoning. Both the plan amendment and the rezoning had two community meetings on a digital format. Got a lot of great response. The applicant was kind enough to make some adjustments and some clarity in regard to the intent of the office buildings that they plan to build if the approval makes its way all the way through. So I appreciate the hard work of Nina McCraig and Abby Rickoff on these projects, and simple ones are never simple. And I wanted to shout out to them for helping make sure that this was clear with the neighbors, and offer my support and that of the community on 16A and 16B. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate you being on the call. And Council Lady Berkeley Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all you planning commissioners. I know how hard you work, and I appreciate everything y'all do. I'm here to speak in support of my dark skies legislation, which is being deferred, so you're not actually going to hear it today. But just want to thank Eric Hammer, who is working with me on a substitute, which y'all will take up in February, and would welcome any other comments if anyone else has had a chance to look at it. The goal is simply to save energy, protect the environment and human health, and I'm trying to work off of the Dark Sky Association's model lighting ordinance, and have some good input, but it can always be improved, and look forward to working with Mr. Hammer on a version that y'all will see in February. So look forward to talking more about that as it comes up. But if anyone has suggestions, just let me know.
Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate it. And we appreciate you always being so thoughtful and working with us on those items. Obviously, all the council members are that way, but I just, Councilwoman, you've always been so gracious in working with our staff. Thank you. Next, I saw Councilor Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy New Year to everyone. And you all don't hear from me quite as much as you do some of the others, but I am so delighted to be here today and talk to you about number 27 on the consent agenda, Mount Zion Church on historic Jefferson Street has been planning and preparing for a dream center for years. And now they are ready to start moving towards making that dream come true. And they are offering mixed use with retail and residents, along with bringing some things that's going to meet the community's needs, like a fitness center and offices and a counseling center, and just other things that will serve the whole spectrum of the North Nashville community. And I'm really, really excited. So I thank you all for your approval and just ask for continued support of this. And I especially want to thank Matthew and Nathaniel for all the work that they've done to help me and guide me along the way. So I really appreciate you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councilor. We appreciate you joining us. And We won't let you know who spends the most time with us on the commission, which council member, but we really appreciate you being on the call. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have any items. I'm just here to take a listen to the first item on the agenda for the substitute for BL 2021-97. Thank you so very much for acknowledging me.
Thank you. Appreciate you being on the call. Councilman Hall.
Happy New Year to everyone. It's glad to hear, if not see or be near you guys. As always, being council members, we know the work you guys put in and the due diligence that you put into everything. And so I just want to thank you, as always, for your hard work and assistance to us, because we can't do what we do without what you guys do. And so I want to start by saying that. And I have a couple of items that I'm in support of on the agenda tonight. You will see probably more of me in this calendar year than ever before, just because we've got so many things on the horizon, and I look forward to working closely with you guys, because some of the things that are taking place are things that are profoundly having a positive impact on our community. And so I'm looking forward to this upcoming year and all the things that we have, but I'll speak on those two items when they come up.
Thank you, council member. And I appreciate all the council members being on the call. I know how much work y'all do, and we really appreciate you working with our team and the commissioners. So now I didn't see any other, Lisa or Bob, did I miss any council members? I think I got everybody.
I didn't see any others.
Okay. Well, and as they pop up, we'll make sure that if they want to speak on a particular case, we'll do that. So now we are on to next item on the agenda, which is agenda item F, which are items for deferral withdrawal. And I believe Lisa is going to lead us through that. Lisa?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa Milligan. The following items are listed for deferral or withdrawal. Item number 1, substitute BL 2021-97. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item 2A on page 3 of your agenda, 2021 CP 008001, the North Nashville Community Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item 2B, the associated case on page 4 of your agenda, 2021 SP 004001, 41st Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item 3A, 2007 SP 037002, Bell Road, Blue Hole Road SP Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. The associated case, item 3B, 95P 025007, Millwood Commons PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 4, 2020 SP 051001, 1411 Dickerson Pike SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2021Z003PR001, a rezoning on Haley Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 6 on page 5 of your agenda, 2021Z013PR001, a rezoning on Whites Creek Pike. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 7, 2004 UD 002011, Villages of Riverwood Section M modification. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2021 UD 001001, the Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill UDO. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 9, 2021Z016PR001, Wedgwood Houston rezoning. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2020S190-001, Our Park East. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 11, 2019 SP 007002, Sonia Drive Mixed Use Development Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 meeting. Item number 12, 2021Z006PR001, a rezoning on Arthur Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 13, 2021S014001, Carrollton Estates. It's a concept plan on Bell Road. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 meeting. Item number 14, 2020S145001, the Bordeaux Agri-Hood. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 25th, 2021 meeting. Item number 15, 2020Z108PR001, a rezoning on West Trinity Lane. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 25th, 2021 meeting. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 18, 2020SP052001, Pillow and Merritt. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 21 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 19, 2021SP005001, Hobson Heights. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 meeting. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 20, 2021SP001001, 4027 Red Rose Court SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 22, 2021S015001, Rivergate Station, Section 1, Second Resub of Lot 2. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 23, 6576P003. It's a commercial PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 30, 2021Z008PR001, a rezoning on Oriole Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. On page 11, item number 37, 2020Z013TX001, the owner-occupied short-term rental overlay. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. On page 12 of your agenda, item number 44, 2020Z119PR001, a rezoning to various NS districts in Germantown. Staff recommendation is to defer to March 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Lisa. And so, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal, but let's go through these very slowly. And Lisa, once I finish, you can let me know if these are correct. So we have the items for deferral withdrawal are items 1, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 30, 37, and 44. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal. We will need a motion. Vice Chair, you want to make the motion?
Sure. I'll make the motion that we accept the list of items for deferral or withdrawal.
All right. Vice Chair Farr makes the motion. And is there a second?
Gobble, I second.
All right. Commissioner Gobble seconds the motion. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. And seeing no discussion, we are ready for a roll call vote. Commissioner Vice Chair Farr. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and those items are deferred or withdrawn. Going to be Lisa again. Lisa, you're recognized on the consent agenda, item G.
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. The following items are on the consent agenda. On page 7 of your agenda, item 16A, 2020 CP 002002, Parkwood Union Hill Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the Parkwood Union Hill Community Plan by changing from T3NM to transition policy for properties located on Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve. The associated case 16B 2020Z 131PR 001. It's a request to rezone from RS20 to ON zoning for properties located on Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 17, 2006 SP 108003, Lexus of Nashville Amendment. It's a request to amend a specific plan on property located at 401 Clay Street to add 0.87 acre parcel to the existing SP. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 21, 2019 S 109001, Richards Farms subdivision. It's a request for final plat approval to create 11 lots on property located on East Stewart's Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Number 24, 2020Z 141PR 001. It's a request to rezone from RM20 and RS10 to R10 zoning for property located on Old Aragon Mills Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 25 on page 9 of your agenda, 2021Z 001PR 001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 1601 Meridian Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. On item number 26, 2021Z 002PR 001. It's a request to rezone from IR to MUNA for property located at 745 Douglas Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 27, 2021Z 004PR 001. It's a request to rezone from RM20 to DTC for property located on 11 Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 28, 2021Z 005PR 001. It's a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to R6A for property located on Monticello Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 29, 2021Z007PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS15 to MULA for property located on 4150 Central Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 31, 2021Z010PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located on Booker Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 32, 2021Z011PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to RM15A-NS for property located on Lishy Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. And I would like to note that Councilmember Murphy is recusing herself from that item. Item number 33, 2021Z012PR001. It's a request to rezone from R6 to RM20A for property located at 810 McKinley Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 34, 2021Z015PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to MUGA for property located on Dickerson Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 35, 2021 HL001001. It's a request to apply a historic landmark overlay district for property located on 7th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. And on page 13, under other business, item number 46, appointment of Christopher Sirkin to the Hillsborough Village UDO's Design Review Committee. And item number 50, to accept the director's report.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioners, you've heard the items on the consent agenda, and we will go through this slow. And Lisa, make sure I get this correct. So the items on the consent agenda are items number 16A, 16B, 17, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 46, and 50. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Commissioners, you've heard those items on the consent agenda, and we will need a motion to adopt. Vice Chair Farr, you want to?
I will make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Lawson seconds the motion. And is there any discussion?
Yes, Chairman, I need to recuse myself from item number 27.
Commissioner Tibbs recuses himself on item 27. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Please raise your icon hand or verbally state you would like to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. Now we are on agenda item H, which are items to be considered. And so, Lisa, make sure, and Bob, make sure I'm right on these. I believe there's 8 items. Items number 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 45. Is that correct?
Hi, Chairman, that's correct.
Excellent. So now we are on to the items to be considered. And so just a little note for the viewers and the commissioners and the public. We have provided multiple ways to participate in this process by a telephonic meeting. We try to be as transparent as possible. Normally, we, at the in-person meeting, we take the applicant first, then the supporters, and then the opponents. But because of the different ways for people to participate, that makes it hard for us to do. So we'll be taking supporters and opponents together to help us out and just clearly state if you oppose or for the item, and state your name and address and whether you're for the record. And we appreciate your help on that. As usual, we took emailed comments through Tuesday at 3 p.m. At the start of each public hearing that we hold tonight, Lisa will give a summary of how many email comments, and I'll call on her. And then Sean will help us with the folks that call in. We have a call-in number for members of the public who wish to call in and testify. Please wait until the item that you want to speak on before calling in. Now, it's in a queue, so you don't have to wait to call in on your item. Call in immediately, and you'll be placed in a queue, and we'll take it the order that you called in. If you're calling in, please be aware that there is a legally required 30-second delay. And so that means that if you're watching the screen, there's a 30-second delay. So when you're speaking, you need to make sure your TV's on mute and not follow the TV when you're discussing. Focus on speaking to us. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Sean will let you know, because we don't have a visible timer. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left of the 2 minutes. And then also she'll let you know when your time is up. We appreciate everybody abiding by the rules of the commission. We are now on our first item, I believe, which is item number 36. And let's see who the presenter will be.
Chairman, this is Sean Shepard from the call center, and you're not going to find me in the list because I'm participating from here, but I'll be the presenter on this item.
Well, there we go, Sean. Excellent. You're pulling double duty tonight. You're pulling double duty. We appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Sean.
All right, so this is Sean Shepard with the Planning Department staff, and I'll be presenting item 36. This is a proposal to amend the Metro subdivision regulations. Next slide, please, Lisa. So before I dive in too far, I want to note that both Tennessee Code Annotated and the Metro Charter give the Planning Commission the authority to adopt subdivision regulations, which the Commission has done. The current regulations were originally adopted in March of 2006, and they were most recently amended in June of 2017. Next slide. The proposed amendment for consideration this afternoon is to amend Section 3-5.3 of the Metro Subdivision Regulations to establish minimum lot frontage requirements for infill subdivisions along existing streets in neighborhood evolving policy areas. And this amendment is based on specific direction that the Commission gave to staff at the August 27, 2020 meeting to have staff evaluate and prepare amendments to address this topic. There's a lot packed into that sentence, and so before I dive into analysis of the amendment itself, I want to provide you guys with a little context on how this fits into the rest of the regulations for the benefit of the Commission and for the public. Next slide. So to start out, where in the subdivision regulations are we? So we are talking today about Chapter 3, which is the general requirements for improvements, reservation, and design, what we often refer to as the conventional subdivision regulations. I want to be clear that this does not affect rural character subdivision regulations that are in Chapter 4 of the subregs, and those are what are applicable in T2 rural policy areas. So we're not dealing with that part of the regulations at all. Next slide. And Chapter 3, which we are working in, has a number of sections, and I've listed some of them out specifically here, and then for space reasons consolidated the last chunk into infrastructure. But the first one that I'd like to draw your attention to is Section 3-4, which established the general requirements for lots. Next slide. And so within section 3-4, there are a number of standards for lots, but in particular, it includes a requirement for lot frontage for residential lots. Specifically, for single and two-family lots, those lots must have frontage on a public street, a private street in instances where that's specifically approved by the commission, or on the common open space subject to some certain conditions. This section is not proposed for an amendment, but it's useful in understanding how the amendment fits into the broader regulations and how everything works together. So this does require lots to have frontage, but it does not speak to the width of that frontage. The next section that I'd like to draw your attention to is section 3-5, and this includes the requirements for infill subdivisions, and this is the section that is currently proposed for amendment. Next slide. So first, what is an infill subdivision? It is defined in the subdivision regulations as residential lots resulting from a proposed subdivision within the R, RA, RS, or RSA zoning districts on an existing street and in areas that are previously subdivided and predominantly developed. So we are focused on residential lots in the one or two family zoning districts in areas that are previously subdivided and predominantly developed, and specifically for lots along existing streets. So this proposal is not going to affect lots that would be created on any new streets that are proposed with a subdivision. It would just be infill lots, which are by definition on an existing street. Next slide. And so to dive in a little further into the infill standards, they include criteria for 3 different categories of infill subdivisions: those that occur in neighborhood maintenance policy areas, those that occur in neighborhood evolving or special policies, and then those that occur in designated historic districts, which is specifically the local historic overlay districts, historic preservation or neighborhood conservation, and then also National Register historic districts. Next slide. And so to start with infill subdivisions in neighborhood maintenance policies, these are the standards that folks typically refer to as compatibility. So when you hear people talk about compatibility, this is the section they're referring to. And this is solely for neighborhood maintenance, but it requires, in addition to meeting the standards of the zoning code, that the lots be compatible with surrounding parcels in terms of lot size, lot frontage, setbacks, and orientation. And for infill subdivisions in neighborhood maintenance areas, the frontage is specifically required to be 70% of the average of the surrounding parcels, or equal to the surrounding one with the least amount of frontage, whichever of those numbers is greater. And that's a standard that you guys have considered in review of subdivisions previously. It's also not proposed to change. So this is just context for how lot frontage width is determined in a neighborhood maintenance context. Next slide. And then I'll jump to section 3-5.4, which is the infill subdivisions in designated historic districts. So in this case, the lots need to be consistent with the design character of the historic district, and the commission is actually given a recommendation from the Historic Zoning Commission about whether the proposed lots are compatible with the historic development pattern, and that includes the frontage of those lots. So there's no specific calculation or standard here, but you do receive a recommendation on whether the frontage is appropriate for the infill context that it's in a historic district. Next slide. Which brings us to neighborhood evolving. And this is the subsection that we're focused on today. So the current standards for an infill subdivision in a neighborhood evolving policy area include that the zoning code requirements are met, that each lot has frontage on a public street, a private street where approved, or open space. And that's actually echoing the general standard that we talked about earlier. that the standards of all reviewing agencies are met, and that it complies with any applicable special policies if there are any relevant to the site. So while there is a requirement that the lots have frontage, there is no requirement here that dictates the width of that required frontage. Next slide. Which brings us to the current proposal. Now that we're oriented a bit, you can look more closely at the specifics. So this would amend Section 3-5.3, the standards for infill subdivisions in neighborhood evolving policy areas, that would add standards for minimum lot frontage. The other standards that I just talked about would not be altered. This would just be a new standard inserted into this section. And to recognize different transects that we might have in neighborhood evolving, the proposal includes a minimum standard for a T3 suburban context and a separate one for T4 urban. For T3 suburban, the proposal is a minimum frontage of 50 feet. And for T4 urban, the minimum frontage would be 40 feet. In both cases, if the lot is located on an existing permanent dead-end street, a cul-de-sac, then the minimum frontage would be 35 feet. And that's to acknowledge that in the curve of those permanent dead ends, the frontages are frequently narrower. And then the amendment as proposed also includes some language regarding exceptions. Next slide. So in developing the proposal before you, staff did some analysis on a number of different factors. And the first was to kind of look into the history of how lot width standards have been addressed in the metro subdivision regulations. And when originally adopted in 2008, the subdivision regulations included a standard for lot width for residential lots of less than 2 acres. And it was a proportional standard so that the width of the lot should be no less than 25% of the lot depth. And that was a general standard. It wasn't specific to infill subdivisions. It was just lot width overall. At that time, the regulations also had standards for lot comparability, which is roughly what we now know as infill subdivisions. And those were not applicable to lots on new streets. So those were what addressed subdivisions on existing streets. In 2011, lot comparability was replaced with standards for infill subdivisions, again focused on existing streets. And at that time, the general lot width standard was removed as it had the potential to conflict with those new infill requirements in some cases. And then between 2011 and 2014, there were a number of refinements to the infill subdivision standards. Over that period, the criteria for the 3 different types that we see today were developed. So that's when we broke it out into neighborhood maintenance, neighborhood evolving, and historic districts. And again, there was no overall lot width requirement because there needed to be time to evaluate the effectiveness of those different categories of infill standards. But at this point, you know, those have been in effect for some time, and I think the Planning Commission direction to staff to work on this issue was an acknowledgement that a basic minimum standard for lot width in neighborhood evolving infill subdivisions is appropriate so that we can have ensure a regular and harmonious lot pattern across the different contexts. Next slide. So the second thing that staff looked into was to research the lot width requirements in a number of peer cities, as Councilmember Withers acknowledged. We looked at cities both in Tennessee and across the country. And the zoning districts and the context in all these places vary. So in Chattanooga and Knoxville, for example, they use a single consistent lot width standard across all of their zoning districts. The other cities that we researched tended to use narrower lot widths when they had a zoning district that permitted smaller lots. And as the minimum lot size increased, the required lot width also increased. As sort of a general summary of what we found there. Next slide. And then staff also wanted to take a look at the data that was available in our GIS for existing lot patterns in Metro. So trying to look at the data for lot frontage that we have across the T3 and T4 transects for purposes of comparison to the minimum standards employed by the other peer cities, and also just to see if there were any trends between those two contexts. And we sort of walked away with a couple of key observations. The first is that, in general, Metro's existing lots tend to be narrower than the lot width thresholds that are utilized by peer cities. So just for example, a number of the peer cities we looked at, if you took the standards for their more suburban areas, they might have a lot width requirement in the 60 to 100 foot range. But almost half of the properties that we looked at in our T3 suburban transect have frontages that are less than 60 feet. So that was an indication that the peer city thresholds probably aren't going to sync super well with the existing lot pattern that we have in Metro. So we wanted to be conscious of that and not just take something that we saw elsewhere as a rule. The other thing that we noted was that Metro has a really diverse and variable lot pattern. Across transects, within transects, we have, goals in Nashville Next, our general plan, to have a diversity of housing opportunities in all transects, and I think you see that reflected in the wide sort of range of lot patterns and neighborhood styles that exist on the ground today. So that was definitely informing our thinking as well. Next slide. And then finally, we try to take a look at some of the factors that drive how development fits onto a lot. So side setback requirements, those vary by zoning district. In some cases, they're pretty narrow. In some cases, you're up to 20 feet. So that's variable. Driveway width. In general, the driveway must be 15 feet wide at the ramp where it connects to the street. Once it's inside a lot, it's a little more up to the discretion of the user, although 12 feet is about the narrowest typical that we see. If it's a two-car garage, we need more. But that doesn't necessarily dictate that you can add side setbacks plus driveway plus house width up and arrive at a number, because the driveway might be in front of the house or it might be next to it. But it was a factor that we were trying to think about in terms of general buildability. And then, also the acknowledgement that every site is going to have some specific criteria that are unique to the site, natural features, or that different product types require different amounts of space. And so while we wanted to keep these factors in mind, again, sort of similar to how there's a lot of variability in lot patterns, there's a lot of variability to how development can be fit to a lot. So the proposed standards take into account all of the analysis, and they're a considered proposal to try to balance all of these different variables. Next slide. So the draft amendments that staff came up with were made available for public comment. We announced them to the commission when you voted to set this hearing date on December 10th of 2020, and they were posted to the Planning Department website. We sent an email notice that included a link to that website to about 4,400 recipients on December 11th. That included folks who had elected to subscribe to either a planning department or a codes and development services email subscription list, as well as folks who participate in the development process related to subdivisions, neighborhood groups. And then we also notified folks via our social media channels, and some council members and neighborhood organizations picked it up and pushed notice in their own newsletters or their own outreach efforts as well. And then notice of this public hearing today was placed in 3 different newspapers on December 10th and 11th. Comments were received by email, and those were shared with the commission. Staff also answered questions and provided more information upon request, some to the commenters from whom you received comment, and also to some folks who did not follow up with email comment after their clarification was provided. So that was how the public process has happened to date. Next slide. And then just a couple of other things to note as you consider the draft proposal. The regulations are intended to provide for harmonious development of the community overall. And the proposal that staff has put forward provides a minimum standard to ensure some regularity of lot form. But given the size of the county and Metro's varied and diverse lot and neighborhood patterns, any single standard is unlikely to be a perfect fit for every instance. And so the commission should anticipate that there may be some situations that merit additional evaluation. And so the proposal includes language that would permit the Planning Commission to consider, and if it so chooses, grant an exception to the minimum frontage requirement based on considering the development pattern of the area, unique geographic or environmental factors, and other information. And that's similar to an exception option that exists in other places in the subdivision regulations currently, where it's appropriate to consider the surrounding context. Next slide. And then finally, the commission has the authority to either specify an effective date or have the proposed updated regulations be effective immediately. In order to avoid disruption to applications that are already in process and those that may be currently being prepared for submittal, staff would suggest that the commission consider an effective date. Particularly, we're proposing the March 10th, 2021 filing deadline. Tying it to a filing deadline just sets a clear expectation for the public who may be working to prepare a proposal, or just so they know that applications that we accept as of that date will proceed under the new regulations if these are adopted. And anything that's in process currently will continue under the regulations that were in place at the time it was filed. Next slide. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of the proposed amended regulations and the effective date of March 10th, 2021. And the next slide just includes the text of the proposed amendment for reference, and I am available for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that, and I'm sure there'll be questions. So now it's time to open the public hearing. So we'll open the public hearing, and the Planning Commission is obviously the applicant. And so what we'll do is we are ready to take callers, and so from we are ready to take calls from the members of the public who wish to call in. Your screens should show that call-in number, so please call in now. If you're on this item, you don't have to wait because you'll be placed in a queue. As a reminder, please only call in on this case when you begin your testimony. State your name and your address for the record. And if you oppose or support this particular item. We're not, as I stated earlier, we're not able to display the timer visually. So, and there is a 30-second delay. So Sean will let you know when you have 2 minutes to speak, and she'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then she'll let you know when your time is over. And so first, let's ask Lisa, do we have any, did we get any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa Milligan. We received, I'm sorry, let me get there on my agenda. We received 1 email in support and two emails in opposition.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sean, do we have any callers for this item now?
Chair, this is Sean Shepard. We do not currently have any callers in the queue. So as is our standard practice, we'll take a brief pause in case anybody's trying to reach us, and then I'll check back in with you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sean, any callers?
Chairman, we have a call coming in at the moment where we're clarifying which item they're calling about. So bear with us just a second and we'll get that squared away.
Excellent. No rush. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Sean at the call center. The caller was trying to reach us on an item that's later on the agenda. So we do not currently have any callers for this item.
Okay, thank you. And so we do not have a rebuttal. We heard from some council members. I do want to extend the courtesy. Are there any council members that would like to speak on this item that have not spoken on this item? And I don't see any council members raising their hand in the app or verbally stating they'd like to speak. And so we will, I declare this item closed for public hearing, and we're now ready for discussion. And so how about we start with the Vice Chair. Vice Chair Farr.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking about this. You know, I know we just went. I know we always have a lot of issues with our Nashville subdivisions, and so I'm happy to see that we're continuing to revise and think about standards and trying to help with the, you know, I guess providing more clarity and certainty across the board for kind of how we're going to be reviewing possible new infill subdivisions, which I think definitely, I think it helps. I guess the flip side to that is I'm wondering how often we're going to start seeing exceptions. And I get worried because sometimes when we set standards that help us with making decisions more clearly, but allow for exceptions, we start seeing a lot of exceptions, and then we have a hard time trying to figure out how to balance the exceptions with, you know, the stated goals of the policy. And given we're pretty clear in the staff report that, you know, one standard isn't going to work in every situation, so exceptions may be appropriate. So I guess, I don't know, maybe this is a question for Sean, like how do you balance those two, and just thinking ahead to what it will be like when we start seeing exceptions, like how will we manage that process?
Commissioner, this is Sean Shepard. Maybe a few thoughts to answer that question. I think we took from the Commission's direction that your desire was perhaps to set a more clear standard up front, and then to deal with them case by case, where you could consider the sort of merits of the particular context, which is different than the standards today propose no threshold, and you are simply evaluating if they meet the zoning code. So this is laying more out up front, and I think you're right that will probably mean that we see some that don't suit the standard that we've proposed, although we've tried to balance the different factors as best we can. I think similar to when I went through the history section, I think what you saw is that we've amended the subdivision regulations over time to kind of address how we deal with infill subdivisions, and it took some iterations to get where we are today, and I think we've utilized them for a time, and then this commission has realized that perhaps some base minimum threshold is appropriate. I think it would be a circumstance where if you were to adopt this, it would go into effect for a while, and staff would try to assist you with keeping an eye on how they're going. And if we got to a point where you felt like it wasn't serving the community well and wasn't serving the intent of the subdivision regulations well, you could certainly direct staff to look at this section again. But, you know, I think you'd want to think carefully about the amount of time you want to give to evaluate whether they're working, so that we're not just sort of reacting to single situations and sort of changing the goalposts too quickly.
Definitely.
I think in terms of how, you know, you manage that, it would come to you as a recommendation from staff. You know, the applicant would put forward that that's what they're requesting to do, and we would try to help you evaluate that through our staff analysis. But ultimately, the commission would be in a position to consider the factors and arrive at its own conclusion.
Okay, that all makes good sense. And yes, I fully agree with you that if we adopt something, we accept that this is going to be the way it is for a while and see how it works and give time, you know, see enough cases so that we have a good sense before if and when we decided to suggest any other changes. I guess one other question, and I was looking back about the public outreach, and just because one of the comment letters was asking for a Zoom meeting, have there been direct meetings with the community on this? It looks like we've provided opportunity, but have we actually done any kind of a public meeting around this for people to ask questions?
We have not hosted a public meeting solely focused on this. There were some follow-up exchanges to that comment email that you received, in which we did offer to attend a meeting if that particular community was interested to provide more information. But that hasn't been followed through on in terms of them confirming that they would like to have that happen.
Okay.
This is Bob, and we try to watch to see how many comments we were getting, and if we felt like we were getting a huge number of comments, I think that would have been our next step. But I think Sean addressed a lot of the comments that we received by email or phone in person. She addressed those, and I don't think that we felt like there was an absolute need for a larger countywide meeting for this one change to the subdivision regulations.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all know the subdivision regs are a big topic and, you know, routinely generate a lot of discussion. And so the limited number of comments that we've gotten on this was actually surprising to me, but that also is probably indicative of the fact that it's not that big. Indicative that it's not going to raise that much concern. So I'm going to listen to my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I forgot, I was going to make a short comment before, just in discussion, was I just want to thank the team, the staff team, for working on this. The commission clearly set out intent for us to look into this, and the team has been extremely responsive, and I appreciate them. I appreciate Sean for working so hard on this and explaining it very thoroughly. And so I wanted to say thank you for that, especially during times of COVID. I feel like the team has been extremely responsive. So I just want to say thanks to the director and Bob and Lisa and Sean and the entire team. So thank you for doing that. All right. So now Commissioner Gobble.
This is something that's bothered me on several of these that we've had submissions on, where really the lot was so narrow that by the time you get the setbacks deducted, somebody's proposing to build a residential unit that's only 15 feet wide. So certainly Commissioner Farr brings up a good example about the exceptions being available, but at the same time, the topography and all of Nashville is really hard to define. We're not flat. We're not on a standard grid of any form. So I don't have a problem with the exceptions. I think we can work through that and be consistent with our interpretation So I'm supporting the staff's recommendation, and I'd also, as always, following the lead of our great chairman, and point out that I think the staff's done an excellent job with the process and taking this on, and certainly appreciate their work. So I'm in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to thank the staff for their hard work and great detailed analysis. I'm same as, other commissioners, because when it comes to infill development, in particular, T3 neighborhood evolving, we sometimes, yes, it looks like meet all the regulations and requirements on the paper, but it does not feel right, because all other established neighborhood, even though it's evolving, they do have a frontage of 60 feet. All of a sudden, because it's meet a requirement, we must approve 25 feet of frontage subdivision. So that will not, suit well for the community. So I'm really pleased staff's hard work to come up with this regulation. And Vice Chair raised a really good point about for us having option to grant exception. So I was thinking what kind of exception we might encounter. So for example, if we see in certain location 200 feet of frontage, and somebody proposes 4 lots, so each will be 50 feet, but the actual measurement will be 198 feet, so maybe one will be short. So in that case, are we denying it because all other neighborhood seems kind of match up? So having those authority to grant based on the condition, I think it's a purpose for us and purpose for the community. Sometimes exception may not be appropriate, but by having those variants, for reserving those rare occasions, I think it will be a good thing. Also, as far as effective date going on March 10th, I think that's great because it not negatively affect current applicant who might be already working with our staff. But going forward, whomever file March 10th deadline, it will be very clear and what they are being expected. So I think overall, this is a great change. We do sometimes, update regulation with good intent, but sometimes we have, unintended consequences. And when we recognize, listening to community's voice, we have a power to change. And this is a great testament to the community. And for that, I really want to thank for staff's hard work, listening and come up with research and come up with very reasonable change. And I'm in support for the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Lawson? You're still on mute, Commissioner. We'll come back to you, Commissioner Lawson. Councilor Murphy?
Thank you, Chairman. Sean, can you answer just a few questions? Because I heard you, Sam, but I didn't have my notes jotted down quick enough. So, on new streets, remind me how are we, if a new street is created, what would be the lot frontage requirements?
So Commissioner, This is Sean Shepard with Planning. This applies to infill subdivisions, which by definition are lots that are along existing streets. If someone is proposing the establishment of a new street as part of their subdivision, the lots that are along that new street would be setting their own pattern for frontage. This would not be applicable to the new street. If it was a subdivision that included a new street but also had lots that met the definition of infill, the ones along the existing street that were part of the infill would be held to this standard, but the new street would not.
So I'm always impressed that y'all are able to take such complex planning concepts and parts of the code and really explain them in ways that I can understand them. So the way y'all write these reports, I mean, the consistency is fabulous, and the clearness of very complex issues is great. So I'm really thankful that we have y'all able to explain this to us in such a clear manner. Here are the concerns I have. I think we've listened to the community. This is clearly a step in the right direction. I think anytime we change a standard, whether it be the subdivision standards, whether it's changing bulk regulations for the UZO or for design districts or what have you, the market and the housing industry is going to then react to that, adapt to that, and the greater community, I think, then will find something else that we might not like with it or that we do like with it, right? So I think that the natural progression of our subdivision regulations is pretty normal, and that this is a healthy exercise that we continue to grow and adapt. I think if we weren't going through this process, then we as a commission would be doing a disservice to the community. I think this is something that must continue to just grow and change the way that Nashville continues to grow and change. I like that we're putting some standards into the neighborhood evolving areas. I don't have a lot of that in my district. I have it on primarily the edges and areas that I share with other council members. And what I hear in those areas a lot are they just can't believe how small the lots are and how big the houses are. So I think this addresses a lot of the concerns that I've heard from constituents and surrounding neighborhoods. So I'm very supportive of that. But of course, anytime you put a hard, fast line in here, there's gonna, some people will push back. I do have a question about what happens with, I know more on the other side of Charlotte from my district, like in the Nations, they had, the only thing I can think of is a rash of underlying lot lines that were brought back up. And so people who thought that the lots surrounding them were 50 feet turned out to be like 25 feet because of underlying lot lines. Would this affect any of that? I mean, you would still be able to bring back to life your underlying lot lines. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember, if there are underlying lots, someone can reestablish those as the recognized boundaries through a process with codes and utilize those that are there. So that's not a subdivision that we would be reviewing. They would just be sort of re-recognizing the lots that have been underlying there from the past.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, that's, again, there's just some things we simply can't legislate everything, and we can't regulate everything for every situation. So I think y'all have done a great job of balancing that. I will say that I'm a little nervous about that we're not further defining on page 146 on the proposed amendments under 3C about exceptions, the development pattern of the area. I feel like that is, well, I know that's an argument that I've made before this commission a number of times against some subdivisions in my district. And I know that's an area that there has been litigation around about how big of an area do we consider or how close do we consider. Did the staff contemplate putting any guardrails around what is a development pattern of the area? How big of an area do we look at? Do we stay in the neighborhood, like in the policy area? Do we stay in a certain amount of feet? Is that anything that y'all have talked about or anything that you saw in other cities?
So I think in considering the exception possibilities, we didn't dive into sort of specifically defining the area. I think one thing to keep in mind is that often when we're talking about the development pattern of the area, at least so far in your use of these subdivision regulations, we've been talking about it in the context of a neighborhood maintenance infill subdivision.
Right, right.
Which has sort of a very specific definition of the parcels that are surrounding. And a very specific goal of ensuring that the new infill lots that are created are precisely and mathematically compatible with those lots. The purpose of neighborhood evolving policy is a little different in that it acknowledges that there's going to be some change and variation, right, from the existing pattern. So it didn't feel appropriate to staff to come up with a super strict sort of permutation of existing in a neighborhood evolving context because the goals of the policy are just different. I think, we didn't necessarily consider a more strict definition of development pattern of the area because, again, it's difficult to contemplate, sort of what would make sense in every context, and we wanted to leave the commission, the ability to come to that conclusion and make their findings as needed. But certainly if there's specific language that the commission wants to adjust in that part of this proposal, you could do that, and we could make those adjustments to the text.
I think if y'all haven't, if that's not something that, again, we can't figure out every situation and put it into the code. Otherwise, the code is going to be pretty big and the regulations are going to be pretty thick. And so I think that that's probably something we see. And as you can tell, obviously, my concerns are things that are more neighborhood maintenance because that's where I've dealt with the subdivision regs more is in neighborhood maintenance. And so I think, just like a lot of legislation we pass at the local and the state level is sometimes you just have to let that get sorted out in the process, whether that be judicial or with us as quasi-judicial. And I think you're right. I don't think that is something that we can put some hard and fast definitions on because Nashville is rambling and ambling around the county. So I think that y'all have thought through any concerns that I had with this and have very good answers for it. And I think that this really addresses the concerns that I've heard from neighbors in the evolving policy. And so while in 10 years this might change again, I think for now this is a great way to address the concerns that we as a commission that myself and fellow council members have heard. So I appreciate the staff's work on this, and I fully support the recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Councilor. I think Commissioner Lawson, are you
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I finally woke up. No, listening to the discussion, there's not a whole lot I can add to it, but I can remember times when we wrestled with the same issues 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and the staff has done a wonderful job. And I think this is going to be one of those situations where you're going to have dynamic changes as you go forward. But this looks like it's a good way to do it, and I support the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sims.
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to join my fellow commissioners in just thanking the staff. Y'all do amazing work, and you take really complicated policies and make it user-friendly, and I so appreciate it. I know how hard that really is. And as Mr. Lehman knows, I have struggled with the terms harmonious development and compatibility since I joined the commission. I still just don't know what those really mean. And as I looked at some of the cities you guys studied too, just in trying to educate myself, I found that most cities, that is such an amorphous, it's kind of like we only know it when we see it, and it's very hard to define. So that you guys are trying to get it more quantified is my hat's off to you. And I appreciate that you looked at other cities. I appreciate you looked at the trends. I would like to ask a question about the isolated incidents that you looked at in between 2011 and 2014 to actually evaluate this. And partly, you know, that during my time on the commission, I'm really pushing us to be data oriented, because as long as our issues stay so subjective, it's really hard to make really wise decisions. And I don't know if that evaluation was just qualitative or if y'all actually did a quantitative study between 2011 and 2014. And if so, what did that data tell you?
Commissioner Sims, this is Sean. I think it was probably not totally clear. When I was referencing 2011 to 2014, what we were talking about in that window was just a series of amendments that were made to the subdivision regulations. It wasn't an analysis of the subdivisions that occurred in that time. And what we were looking at, we were trying to analyze was sort of how the subdivision regulations have dealt with lot frontage or width in our different contexts over time, more to understand where the regulations have been than to do an analysis of particular subdivisions that occurred. So this was more just I didn't break out every single amendment that occurred during that window on this slide. That was just me sort of saying over that period of time, we had a number of amendments to the subdivision regulations as we were trying to settle on standards for the different contexts in which we see infill subdivisions. We started with sort of one set of infill subdivision standards that applied everywhere. And as our policy evolved as a community, as we moved into the sort of community character policies that we use now, I think it was useful to the community and the commission at that time to start to develop criteria for infill subdivisions that were responsive to those different contexts, rather than to try to apply the same infill standards everywhere. So that's what was going on between 2011 and 2014. To answer your question sort of about data, that was more happening when we tried to look at the data that we do have on existing lot sort of dimensions in the county. And there's a lot of sort of caveats that are necessary to explain. I mean, all of that data is public. You can look in the GIS system and there will be a frontage width identified for most of the parcels that you see on the map. And that's what we were pulling. But we had to try to figure out some of those are lots that have been platted. Some of them are parcels that just are large historic tracts that exist, and sort of what information to draw our conclusions from required some caveating and working with that data. And ultimately, really what we drew out of it is that that our lot patterns are really varied. Even within, say, the suburban transect, you'll find existing platted areas that have fairly narrow lots, and you'll have some that have much wider lots. And so it wasn't that we were able to sort of quantitatively draw out a single lot width that was, prevalent everywhere. What we learned is that it's very diverse here. And I think, as some of the other commissioners have noted, that makes sense. We have really rolling and variable topography. We've got a lot of streams, got a lot of hillsides, and as a result, the lot patterns are responding to that landscape. And so you see a lot of diversity. So we looked at data, but it didn't tell, a nice, clean mathematical story. Instead, it told more of a story about the variability and how development in Nashville has sort of responded to the landscape.
I appreciate that. I think we're getting so close as a staff, though, particularly with you and Greg Claxton, to being able to truly evaluate the effectiveness of a lot of our standards. So I want to compliment you and also encourage us to keep getting deeper, and particularly if we can add staff. So it's really hard for me to take something this subjective without looking at the evaluative effectiveness of it. And so I think at this point, we're all just kind of going, okay, how do we make it better? And what I'm hearing from our neighbors and from the people that come to us is that they really don't like what we have, and that they see it as kind of a factor of destabilizing their neighborhoods or of negatively impacting it some way or the other. And I think this is one answer as we keep trying to figure out how we make these stronger for our city. So I just want to encourage us, if we can, to keep going deeper and get to the place. I know other cities do have models of how they can actually quantitatively evaluate and give us some more data to look at. I think right now we're doing the really best we can, and an amazing job given all the circumstances and crisis. The other question I have is, what does this do to cluster lots? Is that going to be a different initiative, or are we doing anything with cluster lots? Because that's one of the biggest issues we have, particularly in T4.
Commissioner, I don't know that it's common that we see people trying to use the cluster lot option in an infill subdivision context. But I suppose if someone were to do so, we would have to sort of evaluate how this fits into their layout. We have heard the Commission's questions and concerns regarding the cluster lot option, and how that interfaces with the subdivision regulations in different contexts. And I will tell you that that's something that staff is working on analyzing currently. So we will be back before you on that issue specifically. But as this particular proposal was specific direction on the lot width question, we've addressed that here. And again, in an infill setting, the cluster lot option is not frequently proposed.
That just came up, and some of the questions I'm asking were because some of the comments we got from the letters that came in actually asked some of those specific questions. And so in case people are listening, I wanted us to try to address that. I agree with the staff and really appreciate what you're trying to do to help us make a fast-growing city in the midst of constant crisis as neighborhood friendly as we possibly can. So I do support what you've written.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs?
I don't have anything, better to say than what all of my other commissioners have brought up. I think the lot frontage has been, kind of what Commissioner Gobble brought up, I think has been my particular issue with all that. So if there's no other commissioners after me, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second?
Okay.
And Commissioner Gobble seconds it. Any other discussion? And the intent would be to have the effective date for March 10th. Is that correct, Commissioner Tibbs? Like stated in the staff report? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. That's a proper motion and second. Any discussion? If the commissioners would raise their hands. And real quick before we vote, I just want to say one thing, and I appreciate Commissioner Sims. The one thing that I think is important is that as we go through these complex zoning issues, that we take these off, we take them at one chunk at a time, because if we were to include cluster lot provisions in this particular ordinance, not ordinance, subdivision, it would really confuse a lot of people. And so I appreciate the staff taking small chunks that are really actually a complex issue. And so I appreciate the commissioners and all the questions. Lots of great questions. Very, very, very good. All right, so we have a proper motion.
Chairman, this is Sean. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to clarify for the public and for purposes of your motion that the staff recommendation was the effective date would be for applications filed for the March 10th filing deadline.
That is correct.
So that part is clear. Okay, thank you. Yep. Sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you, Sean. That's very well spoken. Thank you. And that is the intent of Commissioner Tibbs. We have a proper motion, a proper second, and any other discussion, if you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 36 is adopted. And we appreciate that. We are now on to item number 38. And let's see here. We're ready for the presentation, and I think Abby is going to do it, I believe. Abby, you on the line? There's Abby. You're still on mute, Abby.
All right, guys, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Awesome. All right,
great,
go ahead.
Great. This is Abby Rickoff, and I'll be presenting item 38, which is the Riverwalk PUD periodic review. Next slide, please. This is a request for a periodic review for a portion of a planned unit development on properties located at 6000 River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, located on approximately 86.16 acres. Next slide. The boundary of the entire Riverview PUD is outlined in red on the screen. The area included in the periodic review request includes 2 parcels at the southern boundary that are shaded in orange. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to find this portion of the PUD active. The 2 parcels under consideration are located on approximately 86 acres. Newsom Station Road bisects the 2 parcels, and River Valley Drive meets Newsom Station at the northern corner. The eastern parcel is zoned multifamily residential, RM2, and the western parcel is zoned 1 and 2 family residential, R80. Both parcels are vacant, and I-40 is located just south of the site. Next slide. The original PUD was approved by Metro Council in 2000 to permit 552 residential units, comprised of 491 single-family lots, 61 townhome units, a pool, clubhouse, and playground, and a 1-mile-long greenway trail along the Harpeth River on approximately 320.6 acres. In 2003, the PUD was amended to add 7 additional single-family lots, resulting in 498 single-family lots and 61 townhome units for 559 total units. Please note that the plan shown on the screen is not the original plan. I'm sorry, it is the original plan approved by Council in 2000, but it is not the amended 2003 plan. All of the single-family lots have since developed in previous phases 1 through 4. The preliminary PUD permitted 61 townhome units and open space in the subject section of the PUD in an area designated as Phase 5, located at the southern boundary. A final site plan and grading plan for 61 townhome units was approved in 2004. The master permit was approved in 2006 and has since expired. An application for a final site plan to develop 61 townhome units in Phase 5 was filed with the Planning Department on September 30th, 2020. This periodic review was requested after the final site plan application was submitted. no further review of the final site plan application is permitted until a decision has been made on this periodic review. Next slide, please. Section 1740-120H of the Metro Zoning Ordinance authorizes the Planning Commission, a council member, or the property owner of the area to be reviewed to request the Planning Commission review any PUD overlay district or portion thereof to determine whether the PUD is inactive, and if so, to recommend to the council what action should be taken with respect to the PUD. The Commission determines whether the PUD is inactive by examining whether development activity has occurred within 6 years from the date of the initial enactment, subsequent amendment, or reapproval by the Metro Council. If the Planning Commission determines the PUD to be inactive, the Commission is required to recommend legislation to the Council to reapprove, amend, or cancel the PUD. Please note that this is a time-sensitive matter. The code requires that within 90 days from the initiation of its review, the Commission must hold a public hearing to make a determination of activity, and if necessary, make a recommendation to the Council. A request for the periodic review for the subject portion of the PUD was received on October 7th, 2020, from Councilmember Dave Rosenberg. The 90-day period extended to January 5th, 2021. Councilmember Rosenberg, as the applicant, requested a deferral from the December 10th, 2020 meeting, which extended the review time to January 21st, to the January 21st, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. If the Commission does not make a determination at tonight's meeting, it is considered to be a recommendation to reapprove by ordinance the existing PUD overlay district without alteration. Next slide, please. To determine that a PUD is inactive, the Planning Commission shall establish each of the below findings. Please note that all three findings must be made for a PUD to be determined inactive. First, that 6 or more years have elapsed since council approval. The initial enacting ordinance for the PUD became effective in 2000. Metro Council subsequently approved a PUD amendment in 2003. No other amendments have been approved by Council. The second finding for inactivity is that on-site construction has not begun. Portions of this site were under construction between approximately 2004 and 2007, including grading for approximately 75% at the development site. Areas were cleared and prepared for the private drive, and storm sewer infrastructure, including inlets and 155 linear feet of piping, has been installed near the site's entrance and along the drive. The third finding is that right-of-way has not been acquired, nor has construction of off-site improvements required by Council begun. Off-site sewer has been installed, including several hundred feet of piping and several manholes to serve a portion of Phase 5. And off-site stormwater management areas have been installed and were sized to accommodate all areas within the PUD. Right-of-way has been dedicated along Newsom Station and River Valley Drive for previously constructed improvements. Next slide, please. The code states that the Commission may also take into consideration the aggregate of actions, if any, taken by the owner of the PUD within the prior 12 months to develop the portion of the PUD under review. The owner's representative has provided further information to show that this portion of the PUD should be considered active due to the aggregate of actions taken by the owner to develop the property, including that general maintenance of the property over the past 10 years, and improvements to a portion of the the storm drainage system, which did pose a safety hazard, and also to include preparation of updated construction plans, including stormwater and grading plans, which were submitted to Water Services a few months ago around the same time that the Phase 5 final site plan was submitted to planning. Next slide. This slide includes the final site plan that was submitted to planning on September 30th, 2020. Next slide, please. If the Planning Commission determines the PUD to be active, then no further action is required. If the Commission determines the PUD to be inactive, then the Commission is required to recommend legislation to the Council to reapprove, amend, or cancel the PUD. The recommendation is based on whether the existing PUD is consistent with the goals, policies, and objectives of the general plan, and any applicable specific redevelopment, historic, neighborhood, or community plans. Next slide. Staff finds the area under review to be consistent with the land use policies at this site and with the general layout of the council adopted plan. It's important to note that the final site plan that was recently submitted, which is on the right side of the screen, maintains the same layout as the previously approved 2004 grading plans on the left side. Next slide, please. In accordance with requirements of the code, staff recommends that the commission find this portion of the PUD to be active. While physical construction of the multifamily units has not begun, major infrastructure has been completed in order to serve the subject site. This includes, but is not limited to, the dedication of right-of-way, grading and stormwater detention, and the construction of water and sewer lines. The developer is also actively making progress to begin construction. A final site plan was submitted prior to this review request, and the applicant has also applied for stormwater grading permits. If the commission determines that the subject portion of the PUD is inactive, then staff recommends that the commission recommend to council to maintain the PUD and base zoning district as it is consistent with the suburban neighborhood maintenance land use policy. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Abby. And so we are now ready to open the public hearing. The applicant is actually the council member, and I believe that Councilman Rosenberg is on the line. Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby, for your work on this and for y'all's time tonight. I know that you're constrained by the conditions in our code when it comes to this PUD review. I'll just say from a layman's perspective, this portion of the PUD is inactive and it's antiquated. It's been nearly 2 decades since it was approved, and it hasn't been touched in almost as long. It's part of a 600-home neighborhood of single-family homes. The neighborhood's been fully built for a decade and a half. There are no townhomes within a 15-minute drive of the site, and a cluster of townhomes perched on top of a hill up a private drive at the front of the neighborhood is completely out of character for this area and for this neighborhood. It's much better suited for single-family homes, which would be quite a profitable venture. And it's my hope that we can see that happen for my neighbors here in Riverwalk. I appreciate your time and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that. And generally, commissioners, what we have traditionally done, according to the staff team and myself, is that we have allowed the property owner 10 minutes because they're almost really the applicant, or they're the defender of the PUD. And so traditionally, we've let them have 10 minutes and 2 minutes for 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal, like a normal applicant, since they're the owner. So are the owners on the line?
Chairman, we are on the phone. This is Tom White and George Dean. We are the attorneys for the property owner. Brian Reams, we're at 315 Dedrick Street and ready to proceed when you tell us we are able to move forward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman, if you will, initially want to thank the staff for their hard work on this. Also thank the commission members for their time and effort tonight. With respect to what's before you, it's a relatively simple and straightforward presentation. The law is very clear in this area. There are 3 affidavits that are before you. One is the affidavit of Brian Reams, the owner. There's an affidavit from the engineer, civil site, and an affidavit from the land use planner. And I want to cover those very clearly because those facts, which are critical here and which the staff has relied on, are clearly not disputed, not denied. First, the owner sets out in his affidavit, which is the first, that he was asked to acquire the property at the request of the Homeowners Association approximately 10 years ago. The original developer on this phase 5 went into bankruptcy. A bank foreclosed, and our client acquired it at the request of the HOA because the HOA, in order to try to make sure that it was developed correctly, put a contract on the property. They couldn't close. They couldn't raise the money. So the HOA contacted our client and asked him specifically, would he take it over? And he did that. He took it over and basically closed on the property. It did 2 things. Number one, it saved the HOA earnest money of $15,000, which they were about to lose. And number two, it gave them a reputable buyer who agreed that basically he was going to build in conformance with the plan on the site. He's done both of those. The second affidavit is that of the engineer on the site, civil site. They confirmed that for this section and this section alone, phase 5, $45,000 has been paid to them. The third affidavit is the land use planner. The land use planner confirms that with respect to this section, phase 5, and only this section, that approximately $320,000 has been spent, and it was spent specifically for this phase. That affidavit is attached. It identifies the money as the type of items which the staff relies on, specifically clearing and prep for a road to go to the property, approximately $60,000, installing off-site sewer for this phase, approximately $80,000, installing storm drainage for this section, approximately $30,000, grading for the entire site, approximately $150,000. These total $320,000. It is not disputed that these monies have been spent with respect to this specific section. In looking at the law in this area, it is very clear the staff has cited this. In order to define this property and this section inactive, three things must be found. I'm only going to deal with two of those. Number two, construction has not begun on the portion of the PUD. That's obviously not the case. And the staff language, I won't repeat it exactly verbatim, but basically grading plans were approved. Portions of the site were under construction, including grading for approximately 75% of the development site. Areas were cleared and prepared for the private drive. Additionally, stormwater infrastructure, including inlets and 155 linear feet of piping, has been installed near the site's entrance and along the drive. Basically, the western parcel was approved as open space. That's number two. So construction has obviously begun. Number three, no right-of-way acquisition. That's clearly not the case. The representative has indicated on the affidavit that a portion of the Phase 5 sanitary sewer system has been installed off-site, including over 300 feet of sanitary piping and several manholes. The piping extends from the River Place Drive through a previously constructed phase to the northeastern corner of the eastern parcel. This portion of the sewer system was dedicated to and accepted by Harpeth Valley Utility District. Additionally, off-site stormwater detention and water quality areas have been installed. These areas were sized to accommodate stormwater detention for all areas within the PUD, including the townhome site. Now, as referenced in the staff recommendation, and it is so clear, the staff recommends the Planning Commission find this portion of the PUD active. Quote, while physical construction of the multifamily units has not begun, major infrastructure has been completed in order to serve the subject site. This includes, but not limited to, the dedication of right-of-way, grading, stormwater detention, and the construction of water and sewer lines. The developer is also actively making progress to begin construction. And here's the real irony. The final site plan was submitted, as the staff commented about, a relatively short time ago. Only after final site plan was submitted did this request come in to review the PUD. We've been on hold since that request, and that's what the law requires here. When the councilman asked for a deferral, because it would have basically expired, not acted upon, we agreed to that. We agreed to continue it basically through today's date. It would have expired. We tried to be cooperative. We were cooperative. So I respectfully ask that there is absolutely no denial of these facts, which are set out in affidavit. The staff has thoroughly looked at it. They've confirmed that. We respectfully ask that the PUD be declared, this section be declared active. It is obviously active, and we appreciate the concern that someone might want to see single-family houses on this site, but from the time every single person bought out there, they realized there was a Phase 5 for townhome sites, and this property owner has basically relied on that. He spent the money, he spent the time in the construction, and we respectfully ask it be declared active. We appreciate your time and courtesies, Mr. Chairman, but we think it's overwhelmingly clear this PUD section is active. Thank you for your courtesies. We'll answer any questions.
Thank you. And Sean, did Mr. White, does he have 2 minutes left? How much time did he take up?
Yes, Chair. He has just under 4 minutes remaining, so we'll reserve 2 if they would like to use it.
Thank you. And Councilman, we will we'll get to at the very end after you obviously will have a rebuttal, and then Mr. White will have a rebuttal, and then you can speak for as long as you want after that. All right. So I know these are kind of weird. They're not, these particular cases, they're a little different than our regular zoning. So now we are into, we're on to the phase of callers calling in of the public hearing. So now we are ready to take calls from the members of the public. Your screen should show the call-in number now, and so please call in. You don't have to wait. If you want to speak on this particular item, we'll put you in a queue, so everyone should start calling in. As a reminder, please only call on this current case. When you begin your testimony, state your name and address for the record, and whether you oppose or support this particular item. We can't show a timer, so Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then she'll let you know when your time is up of the 2 minutes. And so while we wait for callers to get into the queue, Lisa, how many, did we get any emails on this particular item?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa Milligan. No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. Sean, are we are ready for callers? Do we have any callers who have called in?
Chairman, we do not currently have any callers in the queue, so we'll take a pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I will check back in.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll brief pause. Sean, any callers?
Chairman, we do not have callers in the queue at this time.
All right. We are ready for applicant rebuttal. Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I believe that somebody is trying to call in as we speak. I appreciate that went into this and the discussion about what was known back when these homes were built. There's an expectation, though, that work is going to happen at some point, and that all of the homes, that the homes and then some sort of really disparate piece of it would be built at least within a decade and a half of each other. Generally when you're talking, and there's a reason that there's a 6-year review on these, and that's because conditions change after that length of time. It has been forever since the owner had the opportunity to buy this at a fire sale price. And I appreciate anybody's right to make hand over fist. Especially with what real estate is like in Nashville. This is just, it's not appropriate right now, given the time that's lapsed, the way that area has developed. We've now added a 4th neighborhood out here. Again, it's nothing but single family homes. And this overlook, setting aside safety concerns, is drastically out of character for what we've got here. But I also do acknowledge and recognize the limitations the Planning Commission has as far as discretion here. But I hope that there's an opportunity to address these concerns in some way. The fact that this time has gone so long. So again, thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. And we will let the property owner have 2 minutes for his portion of rebuttal. And Councilman, just out of being fair, we'll let you respond to that, okay? Council members always get recognized at the very end, so.
Chairman, oh, go ahead,
Chairman,
Sean.
This is Sean in the call center. I just wanted to interject briefly. We did receive a call while the council member was speaking, so I just wanted to let you know, because he had mentioned he thought someone was trying to reach, that you could know that had happened and evaluate how you want to proceed with that. That would be at the commission's discretion.
Yeah, I think we are always willing to take public callers. Obviously, since there was not a lot of time elapsed, I think it's perfectly appropriate to have the caller speak for 2 minutes, as long as I think that's perfectly appropriate. Is there any objection by the commissioners? If you'll verbally state your objection and we can discuss it, or we will do it without objection. If you would raise your hand if you object. I don't see anybody objecting. So without objection, Sean, we always like to be fair, and I believe that's our duty as a commission. So let's have the caller join us.
Chairman, you should have the caller in the meeting now.
Okay, welcome. Please state your name and your address for the record, and we appreciate you calling in. And you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, my name is Bo Mitchell, and I live at 6421 River Place Drive. Excuse me, I was running to my car. I live across the street from this property. I was the former councilman there, and in fact, I helped the owner acquire this piece of property when it was in bankruptcy from a bad developer in our neighborhood. And the current owner of this property promised me at the time, when I had a downzoning bill, that if I would lift that, not proceed with that downzoning bill, that they would never put anything but single-family housing on that. With the slope that the road that will have to be put in to get up there, our fire engine will not make it up there. And Harpeth Valley Utility District has already told the owner that they're going to have to put in a pumping station to be able to get water and sewer up to the top of the hill. And I'm scared they're going to sell these and not tell the potential buyers that they're going to be stuck maintaining this multi-million-dollar pumping station.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
As well as Public Works will never accept the roads built up there because the slope will be so steep. So, I'm just concerned that it'll be a buyer's nightmare if they purchase such a product up on top of this hill, on top of, the owner going back on his word. So if you'll go back on his word to elected official, I'm sure the public...
Your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
I'm finished. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Representative, for calling in. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you. And so we are now on to the rebuttal from the property owner. 2 minutes. Mr. White, are you on the line?
Hello.
There you are, Mr. White. Go ahead. 2 minutes, sir. Rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sitting here with the person that bought this property at the request of the HOA in order to make sure that they had a responsible buyer and they didn't lose their earnest money. He categorically denies any allegation that he said he would build only single family up there. And if you look at the topography, it's absolutely not conducive to single family. The second comment that I'll make is that every single person that bought out there, the 400 plus in single family, every single one of them looked at this same PUD, which showed these 61 townhome sites, and you saw the staff juxtapose the current proposed site plan versus what was discussed earlier. They're identical, absolutely identical. Nobody could possibly claim anything other than what was being proposed is now being done. With respect to issues about the fire department, Harpeth Valley, my client has to meet every single metro requirement. We're not asking to be eliminated from any of those whatsoever. So we'd respectfully ask that under the clear law here, the construction has begun, right-of-way issues have been acquired. We unbelievably categorically come in with a strong affirmation of this section of the PUD being active, and would respectfully ask that that be declared this evening. Thank you for your courtesies and your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. White. And out of courtesy to the council member, we always let them go last. Councilman Rosenberg. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm inclined to take Representative Mitchell's word over the applicant. So thank you all very much. I'm sorry, over the owner. Definitely not over the applicant. Never, ever over the applicant, but over the owner.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilman. All right, so we'll declare this public hearing closed, and we are on to discussion. How about we start with Commissioner Lawson?
Oh, you want an older opinion, I guess.
An experienced opinion. You know.
Well, thank you. Yeah, you'll be on my Christmas list next year.
Good.
You know, as I listen to this, and we have heard many, many cases like this, first of all, for me, it's difficult to assess who is speaking correctly and accurately and who is not. I tend to look at what the Planning Commission has done and studied, and our staff has said that two of the basic requirements for inactivity are not met, and that it moves to their decision that the PUD is active. It's always a tough one. It's always a tough one, particularly out there in that area where somebody has not done the development. And I understand how attitudes can change over a period of time, particularly this length. I always was an advocate for changing the PUD requirements so that if it had been undeveloped in 7 years, that they go back to their original zoning. That didn't fly, just like a lot of things. But I have to agree with the staff's recommendation this time, and yeah, I know we get into these situations all the time, but I have to look at the technical evidence that is there. And the technical evidence as presented by the staff is that this PUD is active. I'm not going to belabor that point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy. We'll come back to her. She's on mute. Councilor Murphy. All right, so we'll go Commissioner Sims.
I appreciate Commissioner Lawson's comments because there isn't any way for us to really know except to believe the evidence that was presented to us by our own staff. And in that light, I do find this portion of the PUD to be active.
Thank you. Let's try to go back to Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy? Nope, still no response. Commissioner Tibbs.
Yeah, I feel the same way as Commissioner Lawson. I believe that it's difficult because when it happened, like someone pointed out 2 decades ago, But based on the regulations and how we view these PUDs, it meets the requirements of activity. So it's hard. I'm going to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Vice Chair Farr?
Yeah, I agree with staff's recommendation too. And I assume some of the other issues that were brought up by the caller, some of those questions and possible issues would also be addressed when the site plan was reviewed and permits were drawn. Is that correct? I mean, I guess that's a question for staff.
Yeah.
Well, when the final site plan, whenever we have whenever a finding is made tonight by the commission, and we revisit the final site plan, we'll take a look at it and review against the approved plans. And part of that will be stormwater and water services looking at. They may look back to the older 2004 grading plans that were approved. They may take a fresh look at it, but it would be based on the approved plan that's shown on your screen.
Okay. Okay. No, I agree with staff's recommendation.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Gobble?
I think Commissioner Lawson hit it on the money. I agree with staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask a few questions to the staff. So inactivity criteria, criteria 1, let's see. So that is clearly, just a second, let me bring up. So 6 or more years have elapsed. So that clearly 6 or more years have passed since upload of the PUD or effective date of change and so forth. So this one, according to 1, inactive. So we have to find if it's active or not based on condition 2 and 3. So let me ask about the 2. It says construction has not begun on the portion of the PUD and so forth. So in that section, staff states 70% of the development site grading has done, but based on the applicant's representative. So could you confirm, so 70% of the grading is actually done on the phase 5 site?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry, we're scrolling. The slides are moving around. Yeah, so if looking at the site, you can see kind of the area in the center where the cursor is. That area has been cleared. That is the footprint of where the 61 townhome units and the grading for those units was approved back in 2004. So you take a look, and if you look at the site plan now, it's essentially the same footprint, and so 75% of that area has previously been graded.
Okay. Great. And also it says sewer and infrastructure is installed. You know, sometimes when you have PUD development, especially in phases, so those sewer and water is necessary for the entire development. So I just want to confirm those sewer and water lines, specifically inside of the phase 5, not necessarily, you know, sometimes it's needed to complete prior phase 1 through 4. But in this case, phase 5, water and sewer is already started. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. So the 155 linear feet of piping, that was installed. It was sized to fit this development, and it comes down a portion of the drive.
Okay. So I think I know the answer, but let me ask you. So those condition, criteria 2 and criteria 3 is not necessarily has 6-year timetable. So even though it may be done, and permit was pulled, I believe, in 2007, and so since then, all grading was done. So maybe, since then, 10 years has passed. So it does 6-year timetable does not apply to condition 2 and condition 3. Am I understanding correctly?
Right, so all 3 of the criteria would have to be met. And so 2 of the criteria are not met to be determined inactive. So criteria 2 and 3 have not been, do not meet the requirement to be inactive, and all 3 of them would have to be proven.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. So, as much as I sympathize with the community and I understand the wish of the community, but I think regulation is clear. So we must follow those regulations. So I have no choice but to find this PUD to be active.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's try to go back to Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, are you there?
I'm sorry. I had a family phone call I had to take, so I had to step away.
Hey, no worries. You're recognized. You're the last one on this.
Oh, okay. So looking at it, I understand these PUD reviews are something that I think we need to talk about, kind of like we've talked about the subdivision reviews, is I hate to watch the community and the council members when we do a PUD review, because PUD reviews are not something that, unless something's active and they need a council member, they're not going to reach out to us 9 out of 10 times, right? If something doesn't need a rezoning, we might not hear about it, and then something happens that the community wasn't aware of or knew about or thought had been shelved and put away. And so while there is this, a PUD review process, which, I appreciate that the council members and members, like, we can initiate that. Typically, we're behind the 8 ball by the time that we even know that we need to take that action. And so this is definitely an area that I don't know the right answer on, but I hate to watch. It's probably every 3 months that we have one of these come up, and they, the community just doesn't have the opportunity typically to be able to get ahead of it. And so do I know the right answer there? I don't know. I think I'm just rambling at this point. Typically I err on the side of staff's the one that looks into this and understands the technical part of it, but I really hate that it sounds like commitments were made and that this was what a lot of neighbors didn't expect to happen, and that there may be a better solution. And so I don't think that we're in a very good position here as a commission to have to arbitrate between on this one. So I don't know, maybe we can find a new PUD review process after we finish subdivisions.
Thank you, Council Lady. We'll need a motion. Commissioner Lawson, you want to make a motion?
Make the motion that we adopt the staff recommendation.
And that we find the PUD active?
Active, and we find the PUD active. Thank you.
That's proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Sims?
Pearl. I'll second it.
All right, it's proper motion and second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hands. and/or verbally state you want to discuss? Seeing no discussion, we're on roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
No.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it, and the PUD is found active. We are now. I even hate to ask this, but I feel like we should continue to go and continue on our schedule, because if we don't continue, we're going to be here a long time. And I hope that's okay with the commissioners and the vice chair. I hope that's okay. So we are now on to item number 39.
Hi, Commissioners.
Abby again. Abby, you're back.
Hi, I'm still here. It's Abby Rickoff, and I'm presenting number 39, which is the 2512 Rasco Street SP. Next slide, please. This is a request to rezone from single-family residential RS10 to specific plan zoning for property located at 2512 Rasco Street to permit a detached accessory dwelling unit and all uses permitted under RS10 zoning. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide. The 0.28 acre site is located on the east side of Rasco Street, north of Ludi Street, and west of Ludi Drive. The property is developed with a single-family unit and detached accessory structure. Next slide, please. The site is within a larger area of RS10 single-family zoning. The surrounding area to the north and west includes primarily single-family residential land uses. The pattern to the east, along and north of Ludi Street, includes a high concentration of two-family residential uses. Property located immediately east of the site is developed with a two-family residential unit. Next slide. This is a regulatory SP. The plan proposes to permit one detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU, and all other uses of the RS10 zoning district. Development standards of any newly constructed DADU would comply with the requirements of the code. No additions or expansions will be permitted to any existing detached structure that is to be used as the DADU. Next slide. Guidance from the Suburban and Neighborhood Maintenance Policy recommends that the developed character be maintained, and that when change occurs over time, efforts should be made to retain the existing character. Next slide, please. The site is outlined in blue on this side and a slide on the next slide. In this case, the site has previously developed with a primary residence and detached structure to the rear, similar to many of the surrounding developed properties. The site's existing detached structure is located at the rear of the property, close to the existing detached structures developed on adjacent properties to the north and east. Next slide. Here is another view showing the existing accessory structure with a yellow star as it relates to the detached structures on surrounding properties. Next slide, please. It's also important to take a look at the development pattern here. It shifts to primarily two-family residential uses for properties located on Ludi Drive, directly behind the site. The yellow color indicates a single-family residential use, and the orange color indicates two-family residential uses. The gray indicates building footprints. Next slide, please. Given the existing development pattern and locational characteristics, staff finds the proposed SP standards to be consistent with the intent of the Suburban Neighborhood Policy and recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Abby. We'll open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant? On the line? Sean, do we have the applicant?
Chairman, you do have representatives of the applicant, and they're unmuted and can be recognized.
Excellent. So, hello, welcome. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for your rebuttal. Please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin. Thanks.
Sure. Hi. So my name is Josh McDonald, and well, the address of my company is different from my personal address. I'm not exactly sure which one you want. Which one do you want?
Just your business address is fine.
All right, great. So the business address is 2245 Rosa Parks Boulevard, and yeah. So again, my name's Josh, and basically how I got involved with this situation was I was given a zoning presentation for another rezoning in the district, and Mr. Jones reached out to me and said, hey, you know, I need help with the zoning matter for a DADU. And I was like, all right, I'll take a look. And so after going through the land policy, looking at the current zoning, and really trying to understand the development pattern of the area, I was like, you know, hey, I don't think this is going to be an issue to do. We're just going to have to, you know, go through and write up an SP to basically allow your already converted living space above your garage to serve as a detached accessory dwelling unit. So, you know, as you all know, DADUs have become increasingly popular, and as the city gets bigger and also more expensive. So, you know, there's an extraordinary demand for extra, you know, more affordable, livable space. So the legislation that I drafted up, it's fairly similar to what was passed back over in District 5 some years ago, especially around the McFerrin Park area, which, you know, just allows their property owners to either convert existing space or build entirely new structures to serve as DADUs. In this case, of course, it's going to take the existing space. So we've both spoken to Councilwoman Welsh, and she's generally supportive of the idea. She says it makes sense. And we've also spoken to many of the surrounding neighbors who have all been supportive and actually rather intrigued because a lot of people don't realize this is a potential option for them. So overall, we believe this request increases the housing choice in the area while still maintaining the character and overall charm of the immediate area. So due to these factors, we believe that the zoning change will be overall beneficial and potentially result in greater, more flexible zoning policies being adopted for the area on a whole. So me and Ad, we've worked kind of closely on this one, getting it right. So we look forward to your approval. And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. We'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. And so now we are into the portion where we're ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show that call-in number now. Please call in. You don't need to wait because we'll put you into a queue if you want to speak on this particular item. As a reminder, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then she will let you know when your time is up. We appreciate everybody calling in, and you need to state whether you oppose or are for a particular item. So while we wait to get calls in the queue, Lisa, did we have any emails on this issue?
Hi, Chairman. We heard from 2 people in opposition.
Thank you. And Sean, do we have any callers?
Chairman, we do not currently have callers in the queue, so we'll take a pause and then I'll check back in.
Thank you. So I believe that the council member may be trying to call in. Sean, do we know?
Chairman, we don't have a call at the moment, but we can continue to pause.
Yeah, I just, I always want to be fair, and I think Council Lady Welsh this is her district, and I always don't want to. Perhaps maybe Lisa or someone can text or call Councilmember Welsh just to make sure. And if not, then we'll give her about 30 seconds. How about that? And then we'll keep going. Did I can't remember. Did the council member send any documents? I can't remember. I don't remember. I don't know.
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. No, we did not get any information from the council member. I am hearing that the council member may be wanting the item to be deferred, but she is unable to call.
Well, I understand that, and but it's time is of the essence sometimes. Do you have her cell number, or can you text her, Lisa? Or I don't ever want to go against what a council member wants to do, obviously, but
I'm working on it, Chair.
Okay, well, let's just give this. How about we take just a quick 1 minute pause, and then how about this? How about we take a 2 minute pause, everybody? Everybody, if they need to use the restroom, they can. And then, Vice Chair, are you okay with that? I think that there's Council Lady Murphy. She has her hand up. Council Lady Murphy, do you have something?
Yeah, I know that Council Lady Welch hasn't been feeling very well, and I would feel more comfortable if we just paused and deferred this. And I'm willing to make that motion when it's appropriate. I think it's important that we hear from the councilwoman since the applicant invoked her name. I want to make sure that that's accurate before moving forward.
I totally agree. So how about this? How about we all take a 2 minute break, and then if we don't, everybody can use the restroom if they need to. We'll come back in a couple minutes. Let's say 6:41, and if she hasn't got online, then we can discuss deferral with the commissioners. Okay, everybody, let's take a break. Thanks. Council probably need to take a roll call just real quick before we get back doing things. So let's do a quick roll call. Vice Chair Farr.
Here.
Commissioner Gobble.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Councilor Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Sims.
Present.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum back in session. All right, so Council Lady Murphy, or Lisa, I don't see Councilwoman Welch. So I'm inclined, if she's not feeling well, we always want to err on the side of caution and make sure that, I totally understand that. So I know generally, though, we ask the applicant, if there's, what do you think, Vice Chair?
I think that's fine. I have a question with the deferral that's kind of along the lines of what I was just thinking if we were going to review this case today that I was going to ask staff, but I don't know if that's appropriate to ask now or not.
Well, I think so. We're on the case. You know, we haven't finished our public hearing,
right?
Quite yet. But if we're going to defer it, I don't see a means. I mean, we'll just open the public hearing back up. So yeah, go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Well, my question for staff is just, you know, I'm always hesitant about one lot. And I know, you know, in a similar neighborhood, we did the SP Dadu overlay in Cleveland Park or McFerrin Park years ago. And I'm just wondering if, you know, if instead of trying to do this for one house, if we should be looking at this more broadly. So that would have been my question for staff and kind of contemplating a deferral is whether it should be just for one lot or whether we should be looking a little bit more comprehensively at this specific neighborhood.
Okay, so let's, Council Lady or Lisa, do we just don't have Councilwoman Welsh?
Yeah, I think since we haven't really had the public hearing, I think the best course of action here is to defer at one meeting. Okay. You know, it's not like we have I mean, we are continuing to meet. We have a lot of other items up tonight. And yes. I think we could just get some more information and just defer this one meeting. So I'm happy to make a motion to defer at one meeting and keep the public hearing open.
Well, and before we do that, we always hear from the applicant. So is the applicant on the line? We're planning on deferring yours one meeting. Any comment?
Yeah, I do have comments. So I just dug up an email from the councilwoman because we've been back and forth over this, where I can try to read it verbatim. And I just tried to forward this over to Catherine, who I think says she just sent it to Miss Milligan. And of course it's loading. But effectively, it's just her nodding her confirmation of support for the DADU. The main thing she was just concerned with was making sure, the planning department would be on board. And that's the main reason why, me and Ad were kind of going back and forth on the language. So, I mean, I understand, I guess, if she's under the weather today, but I sent this back to her. Gosh, this was I don't know why it's not loading right now, but basically it's her sign off. I was trying to read it verbatim. Let's see if I can pull it up here real fast.
Well, hold on one second. So we understand that, but you know, without an official letter generally, and without the public seeing the letter and, that sort of thing. I mean, I think you run into we just always try to err on the side of caution.
Okay.
So, I appreciate it if you're understanding, and if the councilwoman supports it, then, have her send a letter into the commission. Bob, will you make sure that you or Lisa make sure
that we can reach out to the council member.
Okay. So thank you, applicant. We appreciate it, but I just think that it's just better and clearer and more official if we were to defer this one meeting, like the council lady said. I appreciate you on the line. So we'll go back to, and we'll keep the public hearing open.
Sure, I just want to know what information you need from the councilwoman, so I can ask her to make sure she provides that.
Yeah, if she supports the project, have her write a letter of support for the project to the planning commission. To the planning director, or an email, would be great, but an official letter on her letterhead is great.
But the email has to be addressed to the planning commission. Like, for instance, I couldn't just forward an email to the planning commission.
You can forward it to Bob Lehman. Have the councilwoman forward it to Bob Lehman. Bob, he's the assistant director. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I'll write that down.
Thank you. All right. Council lady, you want to make a motion to defer one meeting and keep the public hearing open?
Yes, sir. I would like to make a motion to defer defer this one meeting and keep the public hearing open.
Making a proper motion. Is there a second, Vice Chair?
Second.
And I saw Commissioner Tibbs, you have any other discussion?
I was trying to second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Apologize for that. Getting ahead of myself tonight. And that's a proper motion and proper second. Any discussion? Please raise your icon hand or state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it. It's deferred one meeting. Keep the public hearing open and appreciate that. And,
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I got to step away for a few minutes.
Okay, no problem. Thank
All
you,
right.
Commissioner. All right, so we are now on to item number 40, which is Amelia, I think.
Chairman, this is Sean Shepard in the call center. Amelia is also helping us accept the public calls tonight. So she's not going to show up on your screen, but she's presenting from here at the call center. And here you go.
Another double duty. You guys should be paid double tonight. Tell the director that. Okay.
Hopefully she heard that. This is Amelia Lewis. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Sounds great. This is Amelia Lewis with the Planning Department. I'm presenting item 40, which is a subdivision. Next slide, please. The request is to create 8 lots. The site is shown on the screen in red. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. Next slide, please. The site is just over 2 acres located at the southern intersection of Hickerson Street and Swinging Bridge Road. The site is currently vacant. The subject site is zoned residential single-family RS10. The properties to the north and east are primarily zoned residential, either single-family or 1 and 2 family. There is a mobile home park on the north side of the street right across from the property, which you may have seen in the aerials and is mentioned several times in the public comment letters. Other surrounding properties are, these surrounding properties have been developed primarily with 1 and 2 story residential structures. The property to the south is zoned commercial, and on the east side of Swinging Bridge Road, the area is zoned industrial restrictive. Next slide, please. The proposed subdivision plat is shown on the screen above. The plan is proposing 8 lots. Hickerson Street is running east-west along the longest side of the property, and Swinging Bridge Road is along the shortest part of the property. As you can see, it's located at the intersection. Each lot has approximately 50 feet of frontage and is roughly a 1/4 acre in size. Next slide, please. The policy for the site is suburban neighborhood maintenance, as you can see on the aerial. Next slide, please. As the site is within the neighborhood maintenance policy, as we've been talking about with subdivisions tonight, in order to achieve harmonious development, we adopted subdivision regulations to include standards for specific transects. For neighborhood maintenance, the conventional regulations found in Chapter 3 are utilized. The proposed subdivision meets all of the standards except for compatibility. So each lot is greater than the minimum standard of the RS10 zoning district. As you saw on the previous slide with the plat, each proposed lot has frontage along a public street, which is Hickerson. 1 lot has frontage along both streets. And then we'll look at the community character analysis for the subdivision. Next slide, please. So looking at the lot frontage analysis, this is where we looked at the surrounding properties as defined in the subdivision regulations to establish the form that is existing in the area and what requirements would be in order to meet compatibility. So from those, we found that there was the minimum required frontage along Hickerson Street was 95 feet. Each proposed lot along Hickerson is around 50 feet. So none of the lots as proposed have frontage meeting the minimum required frontage. Next slide, please. And looking at a similar, and looking at the same area, we looked at the minimum lot area that would be established by looking at the compatibility requirements. And the minimum size was 0.675 acres, so roughly a little less than 3/4 of an acre. So the minimum size of the lots proposed, they range from 0.26 acres to 0.29 acres. None of the proposed lots meet the minimum required area. Next slide, please. Future development would have to comply with the appropriate street setbacks, which would be considered with development. Looking at the lot orientation, all lots are oriented to Hickerson Street, which is consistent with the surrounding parcels. And lastly, all agencies have recommended approval of the application. Next slide, please. If the proposed subdivision does not meet compatibility, the Planning Commission may consider the development pattern of the area as well as any other conditions on the site. In considering whether the proposed subdivision meets the threshold, the Commission shall specifically consider the development pattern of the area, any unique geographic, topographic, and environmental factors, and other relevant information. In this case, staff did not find the presence of any unique geographic, topographic, and environmental factors that would impact the ability to meet compatibility on this site. Planning staff did look at some of the surrounding properties to kind of give you guys an idea of what the area has been developed with. Next slide, please. So this slide is meant to show the existing development pattern on the surrounding properties. So the site is shown in yellow, which is on the south side of Hickerson. It has RS10 in it. The proposed subdivision, again, the minimum area of those is 0.26 to 0.29 acres, and they all pretty much have 50 feet of frontage. So our compatibility, the way that the subdivision regulations define the surrounding parcels, it resulted in the two parcels highlighted in red being used for compatibility. As you can see, these parcels are very similar to each other and created a standard for our compatibility, which was 0.68 acres and 95 feet of frontage. So we looked at the area across the street on the north side of Hickerson. These properties here are all residentially zoned, as is the subject site. Amongst these properties, the area was 0.68 acres and around 93 feet of frontage, which is pretty similar to the requirements that were required by compatibility when we ran those numbers. Looking a little bit further to the south, just off of Keaton Avenue and Scenic View Road, those parcels that are highlighted in blue, there's a little bit of a larger area there with some existing residential properties. So looking at that, the average area of those is around 0.27 acres, which is more consistent with what the applicant has proposed with their lot sizes. However, the average frontage is around 73 feet for those properties. So a little bit more kind of in between the compatibility numbers and the proposed subdivision numbers. So those were some surrounding properties that we felt would give you guys an idea of what's happening in the area for the development pattern. Next slide, please. However, ultimately, while many of the subdivision regulations are met with this proposed plat, it does not meet compatibility. Therefore, staff is recommending disapproval of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We're ready to open the public hearing. And is the applicant on the line, Sean?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. You have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. And please state your name and address, and you may begin.
My name is Kelly Hyatt with CESO, address 216 Centerview Drive in Suite 150 in Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm speaking on behalf of Trevor Garrett, who is also on the line, who is the owner of the property. We are asking for consideration of the density we believe is consistent with what the neighborhood is looking for in the community. We originally approached this board and commission with a rezoning. This parcel was zoned commercially, or it was zoned non-residential, and the community had wanted it to go residential. And so with the support of the community, we approached this commission with a community plan amendment and the rezoning, which have both gone through. It was always originally the intent to do 10 lots on this side of the stream, which did have the support of the community and the city council member as well. That didn't work out, and so we had proposed an 8-lot subdivision, reduced density to what was originally presented to the community, and that meets the zoning requirements under the zoning case as it stands. We, as a staff presented, only do not meet a strict compatibility analysis based on the code as it stands. And as staff presented, we only were able to compare to 2 lots the way the regulation is written. We feel that if you review the neighborhood in a larger context, in a little bit outside of what staff is guidelines, but is at the approval of this commission, something they can consider is a larger neighborhood context. So if you go to the next slide, please. We originally approached the commission with a R10, originally approached the council member in the community with R10, and at their request, we moved to an RS10 zoning, still showing the same 10 lots, but it would be a different configuration using 2 lots per lot. We would have done lots under an R10 zoning. We would have done lots that did meet the compatibility with 2 houses on it. However, again, at the request of the community and the city council member, we rezoned it to RS10, knowing we could still have lots that met the zoning configuration requirements. I wanted to highlight in this slide the other R10 lots that are still immediately adjacent to this neighborhood. The commissioner the council member had gone through a down zoning to try and move things to RS10, and that is kind of why we did this, but there is still a lot of R10 in the neighborhood, and when you're looking at compatibility of what's around, that needs to be we feel it needs to be taken into account. If you can go to the next slide, please. This slide shows the similar configuration as to what we had discussed with community that is still in the neighborhood. We had the 1 larger lot that had 2 homes on it, which is something we originally proposed on this lot. But again, at the request of the city council member and the community, we switched it to RS zoning instead. But again, same densities as what if you're looking at, they've got 94 linear feet of frontage so ending about 47 linear foot per residential unit, and that parcel has 0.67 acres lot, but 0.34 per residential unit. Very consistent with what we're proposing. You can go to the next slide, please. This is another lot that is right on the same street that has 2 homes on it. It is 95 feet of frontage, but when you do it per residential unit, it's very similar to what we're proposing per residential unit, and the same with their lot area. If you can go to the next slide. This is highlighting the trailer park community that is just opposite our site. It is, while it is 4 larger lots, they do have quite a few trailer units on it, which ends up with a much smaller density per residential home on this lot immediately adjacent to it and across from our property. And then if you can go to the next slide, please. In consistency with our understanding of how the regulations are written, staff has to look at a very specific area in their calculation, but the commission can look at a larger area. And so we highlighted just a quarter mile up the street is another community that is similar lot sizes to what we're proposing. And if you go to the next slide. This again is a community. This is only 0.1 miles west of the lot that does have this, again, same size lots we are proposing. Additional items to note. So with these items in consideration, we requested the commission looks at this in a larger view. A couple other items to note. We are proposing more affordable housing units on this lot. We're looking at about $265,000 per home, which is more affordable for the Nashville area. We're working with the city council member. We have also agreed to a 1.5-story and 75% masonry product to be proposed on these lots. That has been presented to the community and met their support along with the council members. We also have worked with Stormwater to agree upon shared driveways for every 2 houses. So they'll only be proposing 4 driveway connections to Hickerson. I think that we'll probably get to this, but I do want to note that we have quite a few letters of support from the community and none in against. This is something that they want in their community with their residential. They understand there's industrial right next door, but they felt that on Hickerson, feedback they gave us is that they wanted a single RS10, and so we gave it to them, and they want this project developed. So we really appreciate your time tonight and love to hear your feedback.
Thank you. And Sean, how much time is left?
Chairman, there are 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining, so we'll reserve 2 for rebuttal if needed.
Thank you. Perfect. I appreciate that. And so now we are ready for members of the public to call in. Your screen should show that call-in number now. You don't need to wait because you'll be placed into a queue. As a reminder, only call in on this particular case. State you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address and whether you oppose or support this particular item. So now we'll ask, you'll have 30, you have 2 minutes to speak, and we don't show a timer. And so Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and we'll also let you know when your time has elapsed. Lisa, any emails?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa Milligan. Yes, we received 6 emails in support and no emails in opposition.
Okay. Thank you. And Sean, do you have any callers for us on this item?
Chairman, we don't have any callers in the queue at this time, so we'll take a pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chairman, there are no callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you, Sean. And so, applicant, you don't have anybody opposing it. So, you know, is there any last thoughts you want to say, or are you good?
I believe the council member was on the line, Councilmember Hagar.
Yes, that's next. He's next on our list for sure. Yeah.
I appreciate everyone's time and all the hard work working with staff on this, and we respectfully request that you approve the project, the plat as presented.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hager. You.
Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to be on here. This property was all zone CS, and it's been that way for probably 20 years. I've had people approach me wanting to change it to IWD, but most of the people that live behind that property on Hickerson didn't want that. So when this proposal came, we were going to do a cluster plan on that property, but part of that property cannot be built on for residential. So we came back, we had community meetings, came back and discussed it, and this is the plan that most people approved of in the community meetings. Now, the history of all that property down there was at one time it was evolving. We went to neighborhood maintenance, and I rezoned all the properties from R to RS. That's what the community wanted in that area because they were doing a lot of the HPRs down there. And so the community came forward. They wanted to ensure that everybody built on the RS residential single instead of the HPR. If you look at this area, there are a lot of smaller lots and there are a lot of larger lots. So one time I was going to put a contextual overlay in that area, but because some of the lots were bigger, that didn't work. So we went to the RS zoning after several meetings. When they approached me about this particular project, we had meetings and determined that the RS10 is what we wanted on that particular property. They came before us with this plat, and the community approved it. I haven't had anybody send in a negative email or any negative comments at all. So you've got a mixture of older houses down there, and you got a mixture of a few newer houses that are coming in. You have Riverwalk down at the end of, what is that, Keaton Avenue, which is a more of a private neighborhood, $300,000 to $400,000 houses, and they're at the very end. So we have a mixture in that neighborhood, and of course, as they pointed out, you have the Browns mobile home park right across the street, which has a high density. And if you look to the, I guess that'd be the south or west, there are two mobile home parks on Scenic View Road that have been there probably 30, 40 years, a long time. I have some other mobile home parks at the end of Swinging Bridge Road on that end. So we felt like this was the best use of this property. And as, you know, Amelia explained to me, you know, to try to keep it, I understand the ruling about the road frontage and that nature, but at the same time, you know, we have to show that it's harmonious with the rest of the neighborhood. Well, of course, the mobile home park, you know, is totally different from all of the neighborhoods, and we have several mobile home parks in that area. So we felt that this was a good plan, and I'm fully in support of it because the people around there do not want any more industrial property around them or IWD or things of that nature. They'd rather have residential property. So if the commission can find it's in harmonious accord with the rest of this area, I would ask for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We appreciate you being on the call. We are ready to, I declare the public hearing closed. And so now we are on discussion. How about we start with Commissioner Sims?
First of all, I actually wanted to see this area, and I haven't actually seen this part of the city in a long time. So I went out there and looked at it, and in my opinion, it would be hard not to find something harmonious. It really has been kind of a hodgepodge of things, and I actually think this is exactly what this area is calling for. The residents are asking for. We got support letters and sent to us actually saying that. And my concern is because this is a subdivision and it does fall under state regulations, I can't find any way to approve this. And it's, it gives us one loophole, which is if it can meet subsections A, B, and C, then we might be able to do something, but it doesn't even meet that. And so I think this is a case in point of why we need subdivision amendments and why we're trying to work that way as a commission. But I'm really grateful we're not the last voice and that the council person can go on without necessarily our approval. But I can't find any way. I wish I could. I actually did spend quite a bit of time on this proposal because I felt like it is something that this area begs for. So,
Hi, Commissioner Sims. This is Lisa Milligan with the planning. I did want to point out that the subdivision regulations actually do give you all the power in situations like this where a subdivision meets all of the standards except for compatibility, which is the case here. So this one, if you'll see what's on the screen, the subdivision does meet A, B, C, but it doesn't meet D, which is the compatibility standard. Then it gives you some flexibility to be able to look at a broader area to determine to be able to approve it, and that you can. So you can, if you see what we have on the screen there, this is directly from the regulation.
Okay.
That you all can consider whether it can provide for the harmonious development, and that you can look at development pattern of the area, unique geographic, topographic, or environmental factors, or other relevant information. So the subdivision regulations actually does give you the ability to look beyond the compatibility if all of the other standards are met.
And given our legal issues in the recent past, would you recommend that we go that direction, Lisa?
Well, I'm just telling you. Hi, this is Lisa Milligan. Just telling you that you do have the option through the subdivision regulations. So this is not an exception or going outside of the subdivision regulations. The subdivision regulations are actually set up exactly with this situation in mind. It gives you the ability in neighborhood maintenance where something doesn't meet the letter of compatibility to look at other factors.
Very good. Okay. Well, then I want to hear what the rest of our colleagues say, because that gives me great hope, and I think what they have to say also will help me determine my vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs.
I kind of picked up on that. We harmonious development was our key to if we felt to approve it. And I appreciate you breaking that down more, Lisa, but I'm still not able to craft that right now on how it meets the harmonious development. It seems like it's something that the community is interested in, and I definitely appreciate that the council person is. I guess we've been lived by the law, on so much on the subdivisions. Now it's kind of like, well, here's another one that just doesn't meet it. And how many times have we had to do that on the other way? I'd be probably, if another one of my commissioners can really pull out more of the harmonious development, I could would probably vote in favor of passing, but I'm not able to at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy.
Sorry, this mute button is just giving me trouble tonight. We go round and round about this harmonious and compatibility, and it's been a night of subdivisions. This is an area that I'm familiar with. I've walked and knocked these doors in campaign years, and one thing that does strike me is, although it is that there is the Browns trailers across the street, and there are some trailer park communities throughout this area, we got to look at the lots and the parcel sizes and things. And so it's hard for me to get there when the lots across the street are, I guess, looking up the page. I don't know. Maybe that's north. They are a little skinny, but they're long, and this seems like they're going to be a lot more shallow than the other lots, and that this area right up against Swinging Bridge Road, that's the development pattern where on the other side of Keaton and Scenic View, those are all like, laid out in a grid. And so it's just difficult for me I'm not seeing it. So I guess I'm maybe taking the road of Commissioner Tibbs, as well as maybe somebody else can shine a light on this to show me that the pattern is the same. I feel like when you cross over Keaton, it changes to a different development pattern. And we've talked about harmonious and the area so much that I would love to hear someone else tell me if we can look on the other side of Keaton or not, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Lady. Commissioner Lawson, are you back? We'll come back to Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at those compatibility, I understand if we were to go farther southeast of the proposed subdivision property, yes, we can see average area 0.27 acres and average frontage and 73 feet. However, proposed frontage is average 50 feet, so much smaller than, existing neighborhood. So, we are talking about subdivision regulation because it's our authority. If it's, zone change, a council member has, absolute authority to change the zone. But however, this is a subdivision request. So I think, as a commissioner, I am having a hard time deviating from the standard and criteria we placed on ourselves at the name of the regulation. And if this area were to change like a community policy from neighborhood maintenance to neighborhood evolving, or transition policy to have different, criteria, I would understand, the proposed. But under the T3 neighborhood maintenance, I think staff's review is right on. So at this moment, as proposed, I am having a hard time supporting it. I am inclined to support staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
This is a tough one. And I certainly understand where staff and my fellow commissioners are coming down on this. I am less inclined to agree with staff on this one. There's really not a lot of harmony out there. I mean, it kind of looks like me trying to play an organ. There's no, so with the kind of support that it has, I'm inclined to say that it's to approve this submittal. But I'm willing to continue to listen. But I just don't see, when I look at the neighborhood, any real strong patterns developing. And I think that's the concept. We've certainly seen cases where you're doing developments like this, and it's less so. But I mean, there is a strong harmony, and you can pick it out, and I certainly would go along with it. But that's just my take.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Farr?
I am inclined to support staff's recommendation and the thoughts of my other commissioners. And I think the one thing that also kind of comes to mind for me is that while, yes, there is a hodgepodge of everything out there, and it, compared to kind of the development pattern across Hickerson with the mobile home park and some of the mobile home parks further away, right? Nice orderly townhomes kind of make sense, but there's also a lot of property there that is ripe for redevelopment. So, one, I just don't think that, unless we really expand the area that we were looking at, it would be hard to find, to make the argument for harmonious development. But two, I think if we found a way to do that, we also are probably setting the precedent, and we're creating now opportunities for harmonious development in all of the rest of these parcels that could be redeveloped. And I guess the question to me is is that the ultimate development pattern that we want to see out there? And I'm not convinced that it is. So those are kind of aside, beyond kind of the presentation of what staff's findings, which I support and agree with. So I guess I'll make a motion that we support staff's recommendation of a disapproval.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Please raise. Commissioner Johnson?
I second the motion.
Okay, it's a proper motion and second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? If you would raise your icon hand and or from the commissioners. And I see no other discussion, or if you would say that you'd like to discuss. All right, we're ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
And this is an aye to support the disapproval. Commissioner Gobble.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Lawson's not on this case. Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it. 6 ayes, 1 no. And it is disapproved. Now we are on to item number 41. I believe that is Logan. We will keep at it. Logan, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
All right, you're recognized.
All right, my name is Logan Elliott with the Planning Department, and I will be presenting item 41 tonight. Next slide, please. The request is to amend a plat to remove a platted setback. Typically, platted setbacks can be considered administratively when surrounding property owners provide written support of the application. The applicant in this case was not able to obtain signatures from the surrounding property owners, so the request is being brought to the Commission tonight for your consideration. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve, although the agenda and staff report indicates approve with conditions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In 2016, the larger eastern subject parcel was rezoned from 1 and 2 family R6 to mixed-use limited alternative, MULA, with a MPC recommendation of approval. In 2018, the western subject parcel was also rezoned from R6 to MULA with a MPC recommendation of approval. The surrounding area is primarily zoned R6 with MULA also present directly south of Glenrose Avenue. Next slide, please. The policy for this area is mixed-use neighborhood and is intended to maintain, enhance, and create urban mixed-use neighborhoods with a diverse mix of moderate to high-density residential, commercial, office, and light industrial land uses. Next slide, please. Here we see the existing lots fronting onto Glenrose Avenue with the platted setback shown. The 2 existing structures are built to this existing platted setback. Next slide, please. The currently platted setback is inconsistent with the T4 MU land use policy and is also in direct contradiction with the requirements of the MULA zoning district. The current plat requires a setback of about 40 feet from the front property line, while the MULA zoning district has a build-to zone requirement, which requires that the front building facade be within 15 feet of the front property line. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the application, and this completes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. And is the applicant on the line?
I am.
Welcome, and you'll have 10 minutes to speak. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address for the record, and welcome. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Dwayne Cuthbertson, 409 Merritt Avenue in Nashville. I'm representing the application for 356 358 Glenrose. I don't want to repeat much of what Mr. Elliott just presented to you all, but we feel like this is somewhat of a housekeeping action. As he stated, we rezoned the properties in two efforts a few years ago to use these A districts. Community and the council member wanted the A districts in there to create a new pattern, something that would be consistent with the policy. And so this effort before this plat amendment, again, Mr. Elliott said, would just bring this plat up to a point where it's consistent with those zone changes on the policy. And he also mentioned this would usually be handled administratively if we're able to get letters from all of the adjacent property owners. So we talked to all of our neighbors, and we got support from the guys to the south, as well as Marty, the ones that you asked just to the left or to the west, and then from the owners, one of the owners in the cul-de-sac. But Mr. Muhammad is a developer and owns the 2 properties just to the north of us, on the backside of us. And I have called Muhammad, I have emailed him, I even talked to his ex-wife. And for whatever reason, just could not get him to respond. In normal times, when we could all walk down the codes, I run into him at least once a week. He's a pretty friendly guy. He supported us when we rezoned this property, but for some reason, he's alien. And I try to reach out to him on this one. So, but for Mr. Muhammad, this would be handled administratively. So now we're here in front of you all asking to approve this request. We had to send out notices to everybody, all the adjacent property owners. As far as I know, nobody has submitted any letters of opposition. And I think we've got the support of everybody. And I think Mr. Muhammad would actually support us if we respond. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions, but I think this request before you gets us to a place where we're consistent with the zoning and the policy, and I'd ask you to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, and we'll save 2 minutes for your rebuttal. So now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show that call-in number now. You don't need to wait for others to call in and end their conversation, because when you call in, we'll put you in a queue. As a reminder, only call in on this particular case, which is case number 41. We can't show a timer visually, so Sean will let you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address, and whether you oppose or support the project. Sean will give you a 30-minute warning when your time is nearly up, and then, like I said, you've got 2 minutes, and we'll let you know when that 2 minutes has ended. Lisa, did we receive any emails on this?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa Milligan. No, we did not receive any emails.
Okay. Sean, any callers?
Chairman, we currently don't have any callers in the queue for this item, so we'll take a pause and I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chairman, there are no callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you, Sean. And with no callers that have called in and no emails, the applicant, you do have 2 minutes rebuttal, but any other thoughts, or are you good?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm finished.
Okay. And then the council member is Councilman Sledge, and I do not, at least.
Chairman, this is Sean in the call center. If you're speaking at the moment, we're having some trouble hearing you. Are you still on the call with us?
This is Bob. I'll try to check in with the chairman and see if he's still on there.
I'm here. Sorry, I somehow I got disconnected. Can you hear me, Bob?
Yes, we can now hear you.
Okay, sorry. So we are now on to council members. I did not see council member. Sorry about that. Somehow I got disconnected. I didn't see council member Sledge. Is that correct, Lisa or Bob?
We did not receive anything written, although the council member told me that he didn't have any issues with this one.
Okay. Excellent. And so we will declare the public hearing closed. We're on discussion, but let's try this with the commissioners. I usually always like to make sure everybody speaks, but let's try this. Is there any discussion? If you would raise your hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss, and then if there's no discussion, how about a motion from the vice chair? I don't see any. I don't see any discussion. So let's try that. How about a motion, vice chair? Or someone? Or a commissioner? Commissioner Tibbs?
I'll make a motion to approve with staff recommendations.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Gobble seconded it. Any discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing no other discussion, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr. She is not responding. Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Hey, Chair, I'm here. I got kicked off as well.
Oh, okay. We both got kicked off. All right, Commissioner Farr. So let me explain the motion. The motion was to accept the staff recommendation to approve with conditions.
Yes. Aye.
All right.
Sorry about
Commissioner
that.
Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy. Commissioner Sims.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 41 is approved with conditions. We are now on to item 42. And I believe that is Patrick.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'd like to check audio before I begin. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Proceed.
Okay, this is Patrick Napier presenting item 42, Old Matthews and Webster Concept Plan on behalf of Land Development Planning Commission. Next slide, please. This request is a concept plan approval to create 8 lots in open space. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions. Next slide, please. The site is located at 2504 and 2506 Webster Road, 2528 Old Matthews Road, and Old Matthews Road unnumbered. The site is approximately 275 feet north of Yoakley Road. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned RS75 and has been since 1998. All the surrounding parcels are also zoned RS75. RS75, RS7.5 requires a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet is intended for single family dwelling units. Next slide, please. A concept plan for these parcels was previously approved by the Planning Commission at the 8/23/18 Planning Commission meeting. A condition of approval required the improvement of a private driveway to an existing single-family residence just to the north of the subject parcels. The previous concept plan contained 21 lots and open space areas. The concept plan contained a similar layout for lots and streets. Next slide, please. Really quick, the highlighted area illustrates the access easement that is provided for the private driveway for the parcel to the north, which contains a single-family residence. As proposed, the subdivision does not contain a rezoning. It is proposed to subdivide under the existing entitlements of the RS 7.5 zone district. The lot sizes range from 12,346 square feet to the largest lot, which is 22,087 square feet. Approximately 30% of the total site of the area is proposed to remain as open space, which would include required stormwater facilities. All the lots have access from new public streets proposed within the concept plan. And the public streets will connect to Old Matthews Road, shown on the lower right-hand portion of the screen. Old Matthews Road is identified as a residential collector street within the Matron Collector Street Plan. Next slide, please. The site is located within suburban neighborhood maintenance policy. For the T3 neighborhood maintenance policy, conventional regulations found in Chapter 3 are utilized for our review. Staff has found that all of the standards within the general requirements of Chapter 3 have been met by the concept plan. Next slide, please. These are a few of the applicable subdivision regulations that planning reviewed. And the suitability of the land, which requires the location identification to floodplain. There is no floodplain on the site. This site does contain steep slopes, which have in excess of 20% change in grade. Lots 6 and 7 will be marked as a critical lot as a condition of approval, as noted in the staff report. All proposed lots comply with the minimum lot size of the zoning code. Next Slide, please. None of the infill requirements are applied in this situation, in this concept plan, as all lots are proposed to front new streets. None of the lots will front existing streets adjacent to existing lots. Sidewalks which meet the standards of the major and collector street plan are shown along Old Matthews Road, and the sidewalks which meet local street standards are provided along all of the new streets within the concept plan. Each street, as shown, meets the minimum requirements of the public works standards. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the proposed subdivision meets the standards of the subdivision regulations. Future development will be required to meet the standards of the Metro Zoning Code in regard to setbacks, sidewalks, and other building codes. Staff recommends approval with conditions, as again, the proposed subdivision meets the requirements. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And we'll open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You got 10 minutes. Okay. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes of your rebuttal. Welcome.
Right,
please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Garrigan. I'm an engineer with Dell & Associates. We're representing the potential buyers of the property. And as Patrick stated, this was 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, I suppose, was approved for 21 cluster lots. And what's before you tonight is 8 much larger lots. So significant decline in density and much bigger lots that are going to work with the topography a lot better. The road network is almost identical, and the lot orientation is almost identical. Like I said, they're just larger lots. I suspect, I'm not sure, but I suspect that the reason we weren't on consent was with the concern over the existing driveway that extends to the neighboring property. My clients tried several times to get in touch with that neighbor unsuccessfully over the past month or so. But with COVID and the holidays, that's understandable. But we have tried to reach out to them to ensure that the agreement that was made in August of 2018 still is that drive will remain, and it's platted in an easement, so it can't go away. It will be retained, and it will be improved from the public street that we're constructing to their property line. So with that, I'd save the rest of my time for rebuttal, and I appreciate y'all's service on this long evening, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and you'll have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. So now we are ready to take calls from the members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show in the call-in number, so you may call in now. No need to wait, as I've stated before. You'll be placed into a queue. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. We can't show a timer, and so Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and she'll also let you know when your time has elapsed. Lisa, any emails?
Hi, Chairman. We received 1 email in opposition.
Thank you. And Sean, any callers?
Here we do have callers. We're working with them to remind them to mute the meeting behind them, and I'll let you know when we have the first one in the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Chairman, you have the first caller.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address, and if you're opposed or for this item, you may begin.
My name is Michelle Taylor. My address is 2520 Webster Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, and I am opposing the recommendation of putting 8 lots or 21 lots of whatever they are wanting to do.
Anything else?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know I could speak a little long. The reason I'm against this is not only will it box me in on a driveway that I was grandfathered into, I don't see the need for putting 821, how many ever houses that they're wanting to do in that small of a space, because all it's doing is putting a subdivision inside of a subdivision. The traffic is horrible, and it's going to be even worse now that at the top of Old Matthews Road and Trinity Lane, they are putting up 180, 200 condos or whatever up there. It is, I'm just not understanding the purpose of putting houses so close, causing the...
Caller, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay. But basically, I'm not seeing why we have to have a small, to me, it's a small subdivision within a subdivision. I'm finished.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Next caller.
Chair, you have the next caller.
Welcome. Thank you for calling in. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Juwan Osborne, 521 Yoakley Drive.
Ma'am, Sean, we can't hear.
Chair, we're having the same issue. Caller, could you try speaking up, or if you're on a speakerphone, speaking directly into your phone for us?
Okay. Juwan Osborne, 520 Yoakley Drive. And I do not with the current development.
Sean, can you try to...
Yes. Chair, we're gonna take this caller out of the meeting, and we'll try to work on the audio issues. Bear with us just a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, this is Sean at the call center. We have the caller back on the line. We'll see if everyone's better able to hear at this time.
All right. Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address. Go ahead.
Juwan Osborne, 521 Yoakley Drive. I am against the development. It's been sold 3 or 4 different times. It is a very congested area. Getting out of my street at Yoakley Drive, it takes a lot of time in the morning. These 2 houses they built on the end of Yoakley. And Webster Drive, about 15, 16 years ago, they put 5 houses there. When I visit the neighbor that lives on Webster Drive, it takes me a long time to pull out because of the traffic and the speed of the people coming down. This will be in the back of our home, which will encroach on the property, and it's very tight and congested in the area already, and will box us in with all the new houses overflowing on 2 streets. Should I continue?
Yeah, you still got you still got some time left, ma'am. Keep going.
So they built this subdivision Trinity Hills 40 years ago. It was one way in. They finally opened up another street, and it's just putting flies on a tree when you try to build so many houses on top of other houses with one main street coming out of Old Hickory Old Matthews Road. It's about 100
Caller,
houses.
you have 30 seconds remaining.
So I don't understand why they're trying to pile houses one on the other when the area and that one street backing us up. There's a big development at the end of Old Matthews Road and Trinity Lane with about 200 houses already. And it's causing already a lot of problems in the morning trying to get in and out. I don't think the area is properly developed to put all of those houses up there and the traffic that is going to come.
Caller, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, Sean.
There you have caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Dorothy Gray Dobson, 2005 Beach Street, 37207. I'm calling because I'm the one who has the property right at the corner of Worcester and Old Matthew. And I have been trying for several years now to get them to do a proper measurement, because every time I check the road that they're proposing goes over, which is really my driveway, into my property, and I don't want them taking it. Also, the water retention on the lower the south side of the road that they propose would wash down and wash out whatever dirt, rocks, whatever, gravel, off my property, because it has happened before when we have big rains, the road does wash out. So if they're holding water, it's going to come out because it's the waterlogged place. But I just want to have my say. I did send an email. I don't know if that's the one you all got or not, because I never got a response. But I just feel like you all are asking an awful lot. And I just want to make sure that my property is not bit by bit nibbled away into something else that I don't particularly want. And I yield back the floor.
Thank you for calling in. Next caller, Sean.
Chair, we have no other callers in the queue for this item. Since we've had a few, we know that folks have had some time to reach, but I'll take a brief pause and then check back in with you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no other callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, thank you. Now we are ready for the rebuttal. And so, applicant, are you ready for rebuttal, Mr. Garrigan?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you again. This is Michael Garrigan with Dell Associates. Just want to reiterate that this is already approved for 21 small cluster homes, and what's proposed are 8 lots that are much larger than the base zoning would allow. My clients it's a little bit of a unique situation. It's a group of 4 people right now. They're trying to pull more in. They're actually going to build the homes and live in the homes themselves. So this is not a traditional developer, which speaks to why you're seeing a decrease from 21 lots that are entitled down to just 8. So they wanted to keep the lots bigger because these are the lots that they're going to live on. They're going to be good neighbors. They're going to work with Ms. Taylor and the other neighbors, continue to work with them to make sure, 1, that Ms. Taylor's driveway is handled appropriately, and 2, that there are no concerns of off-site issues as stated by some of the neighbors as far as stormwater and things of that nature go. as you guys know, will be held under strict regulations and requirements of the stormwater manual that will be adhered to. So that's all I've got. I appreciate y'all's time, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I believe that the council member is council member Toombs, and I want to see if he says councilman is council member Toombs available, or Bob?
Hold on, I'm looking to see if.
I know she had a community meeting tonight.
Hi, Chairman. Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. Councilmember Toombs is not on the call.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a community meeting tonight. It's part of her budget chair series.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure. Always make sure. So now, declare the public hearing closed, and so we are ready for discussion. How about Commissioner Gobble? You want to go first?
Sure. I tend to agree with staff's recommendation. It seems pretty straightforward. I think like I said, we approved this thing a few years ago, and they're making it less dense, so that should make everybody happier. Makes sense to me. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So when it was approved, I was not there, so I would like to ask a few questions to the staff. Let's start with new proposed street. So I'm a bit confused with existing Webster Street. It looks like outside of this proposed property and then going into the this subdivision. So how is it? I'm assuming that's a public street. And then it seems like there's a new larger street going from Old Matthews Road to the subdivision. Could you explain the relation to existing Webster Street and proposed new street to come to the subdivision?
So I'll start with saying that all the streets within the concept plan are proposed as public streets, and they meet the requirements for local public streets. The street that goes to the north is stubbing out to a property line. What you see is Webster on the site plan that curves around to the bottom is actually a private drive and not a public street. We don't have a through connection to the west because of considerable topography change in that direction. So we felt without an existing street there, and that large parcel you see is actually Metro government property. So without an existing street to connect to, we did not feel it was appropriate for that street to continue through a large topographical change.
Okay. Tell me about the north portion. It's end at the edge of the property next to it. If there's an anticipation of any, future change, so maybe anticipating connector, if, event something happened to that property next to it?
Yes, if we anticipate that property to redevelop, and when it does, this would help build out a public street network. There is also a planned residential collector street that would traverse the property to the north in an east-west direction. So if that parcel were to redevelop, it would set up a collector street to Old Matthews Road. The collector street we have now in this subdivision, along with future development, would help build out a public street network.
Okay, thank you. So the parcel 6 and 7 are designated to critical lot. And I think below the parcel 6, the other side, there was, maybe 5, the stormwater detention. So I'm assuming when they are decided to go to final site plan, all the stormwater and containment of those will be more closely, examined. But I just wanted to make sure because of the topography of parcel 7 seems like a rather steep. So just wanted to make sure, those stormwater retention plan is adequate to retain from those 2 parcels. So would that be at the final stage? Would that be making sure, some department like Metro Water?
Yes, that's correct. Metro Stormwater would review the technical requirements for stormwater when the final site plan is submitted for review. We also have a representative from Metro Stormwater on the call if you'd like to have some further detail explained.
Yeah, that'd be helpful if he or she knows any, plan at this concept plan and, the proposed area is adequate to prevent runoff towards existing properties.
Hi, give us just a second and we'll get them unmuted.
I appreciate it.
Greetings, commissioners. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
Fantastic. This is Steve Mishu with Metro Water Service Development Services. Sure. So on a plan like this, we just want to make sure that there's ample space allocated for detention and water quality, and that we would review more detailed calculations in a final site plan after something like this gets approved. But there is adequate space, we feel, for us to move forward with the preliminary / concept plan.
I appreciate that. As an amateur eye, seems like a location of the, proposed stormwater retention is kind of far from the parcel 7. So that was my, amateur concern, and I appreciate assurance.
Yes, ma'am. So in cases like that, there's a lot of times where the front half will absolutely be up the drain to the roadway, and it can be captured in inlets in the road, and we'll make it into a designated feature.
Thank you. So with those clarification, I cannot say this proposal does not meet the subdivision regulation since this is a much larger lot compared to existing neighborhood, and it can be potential to feel great development. So I'm inclined to agree staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lawson.
Anticipating some of my questions, and I would be ready to support the staff recommendation when it's put forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Murphy.
Can I get a clarification of how many homes are going to be built here? I'm reading the staff report. It seems like these are single-family lots and single-family homes going on them. Is that correct?
That's correct. The current zoning RS75 would only permit single-family structures on the proposed lots.
And it's just 7 lots, eight lots, but 2 will not be built on. But 2 can't be built on, so it will only be 6 homes.
Hi, this is Lisa. No, all of the lots can be built on. 2 of the lots will just require a critical lot plan prior to building permit.
Okay. I'd gotten confused. I think one of the callers had said something about 26 lots, and I was like, now there is no way I'm reading these numbers that off. There were concerns about traffic, and I'm assuming this wasn't a big enough thing to trigger a traffic study or anything like that.
Traffic study for 6 houses. I don't think so.
But that's correct. Hi, this is Lisa. No, a traffic study would not be triggered.
Okay. What is the sidewalk requirement here?
All of the proposed new public streets will have a 4-foot grass strip and a 5-foot wide sidewalk along all of the frontage. And the MCSP requirement for Old Matthews Road, I believe, is a 6-foot grass strip and a 6-foot wide sidewalk. They also have a small right-of-way dedication along Old Matthews Road to meet the ultimate required right-of-way.
Then that sounds like it covers my concerns. I know anytime there are new homes coming in like this, it can be troublesome, but hopefully this is actually providing them some more connectivity that they might need through here. So I'm not having any problems with it right now.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner Sims.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank the 4 ladies that talked tonight, and I want to assure them that as written, this plan actually has less homes going into it, larger lots, will have sidewalks, and it appears to fit better into the landscaping topography of it. And so I hope that you'll see that this is actually a better plan than what they currently have going in, and I do support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Tibbs.
Yeah, I definitely understand the concerns that the neighbors have, which is, understandable. All of their concerns are valid, but similar to what Commissioner Sims said, I believe, especially based off the regulations, they seem to have met it, and it seems to be some, conscientious. So I also would support staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
I don't think I have anything else to share or to comment on. If I'm last, and I'm happy to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lawson seconds the motion. Any discussion? If you would raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we are ready for a roll call vote. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Sims.
Aye. Commissioner
Tibbs.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item number 42 is adopted, is approved with conditions, and now we are on to item 43, which I believe is Patrick again.
Okay, real quick, I'll check audio again, and then we'll begin. Can you hear me clearly?
You're good to go.
This is Patrick Napier presenting item 43, Chandler Reserve Concept Plan on behalf of Land Development and Planning Commission. Next slide, please. The request is for concept plan approval to create 253 lots. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions. Next slide, please. The parcels are located at the terminus of Rowena Drive, Shadow Lawn Drive, Lisa Ann Lane, and Hidden Hill Drive. The site is bounded to the south by the Nashville and Eastern Railway, and to the east edge by the Davidson-Wilson County line. The Heritage Hills subdivision is located to the north of the site, and the site contains a total of 107.14 acres. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned R10 and has had this zoning since 1974. The surrounding context contains a diverse mixture of housing type and zone districts. Next slide, please. No zone change is requested with this proposal. All entitlements are requested under the existing zoning. The The proposed concept plan is a cluster lot subdivision, which is permitted by the cluster lot provision of the zone code. Next slide, please. Under the cluster lot provisions, in considering the total acreage, the maximum lot yield would be 396 lots. The proposed concept plan proposes a maximum of 253 lots. The cluster lot provisions require a minimum of 15% open space of the gross acreage. The proposed open space will be 53% of the site. The lot sizes under R10 within the cluster lot provision of the zone code can cluster down two base zoning districts. So that would ultimately result in a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet as we would use the R6 zone district. Next slide, please. The site is comprised of two parcels which were created by deed in 2007. All street connections shown on the concept plan are connecting to existing streets which stub to the site. Consistent with the subdivision regulations, stub streets are intended to connect with streets for future developments. The site contains areas of steep slopes which are being protected. Lots have been clustered away from steep slopes, and staff has included a condition which requires lots 210, 211, 212, and 213 to either be removed from the plan or relocated to another area. This change was made after this case appeared on the last Planning Commission agenda, and we worked with the applicant to agree to this condition. I will also note that the site plan does contain two recreational facilities consistent with the requirement of the cluster lot provisions. We do have an amenity recreational playground located in the central area, and there will also include a walking trail that will traverse from one of the public streets up to the higher elevations in the central portion of the site. Next slide, please. The site is located within a T3 suburban neighborhood evolving policy. And in order to achieve harmonious development, the Planning Commission has adopted subdivision regulations that include standards for specific transects. For the T3 NE policy, conventional regulations found in Chapter 3 are utilized. And in staff's review, staff has found that all requirements of the subdivision regulations have been met. Next slide, please. In conclusion, as all the regulations have been met, staff recommends approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. And now we are ready for we'll open this item for public hearing. And we are ready for the applicant. Is the applicant on the line?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. So you'll have 10 minutes. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address for the record, and you may begin.
Very well, thank you. This is Chris Cowan. I'm with Meritage Homes. We are a developer home builder who have this piece of property under contract. The address is 5217 Maryland Way, Suite 222, Brentwood. Honestly, really don't have any presentation. You know, we've worked with Patrick and other members of the Metro staff on this piece of property. It's a straight zone case. We've read the conditions, understand what they are, and you know, don't have any opposition to them. Had a neighborhood meeting that Councilman Hager hosted about 2 weeks ago, and I know he's still on the call, I believe, and you know, there were some questions about traffic brought up. We had a traffic study performed, and that was submitted to Metro Public Works. It did not recommend any additional traffic improvements due to because of the proposed project. But I think there are still some conditions added that you know, that we've read and understand, and you know, we'll work with staff during the construction plan process to incorporate those. We appreciate the consideration and the work of all departments, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the project.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Ryan Lovelace. I'm the civil engineer on the project. Can I speak also?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Again, Ryan Lovelace with Civil Site Design. Just to add a little bit to what Chris was saying there, and Patrick too. You know, we've been working for a while on this project. You know, we're not asking for any variances or anywhere close to the maximum lot count, which I think is just under 400. We're asking for two in the 250 range. But what's unique about this project versus a lot of the clusters that we do, we have over 50% of the site left in open space. You know, usually we're around the 15 to 20% mark. So that's kind of exciting on a subdivision. You don't see that a lot. So we have a lot of green space, a lot of trees that are remaining. This is the best thing for planning purposes here is this kind of fills in the donut hole of all these stub roads. There's 4 or 5 stub roads to this property. We are connecting them all and making them all interconnected to themselves. So great interconnectivity on this project. And, you know, again, we meet all the regulations, zoning, subdivision, and so on. We're not asking for any variances, and here to answer any questions and ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sean, do they have 2 minutes for rebuttal?
Yes, Chair, they have well over that, so we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Excellent, thank you. So we are now ready to take callers, members of the public who wish to call in. We appreciate everyone calling in. Your screen should show the call-in number now. No need to wait till everyone finishes to speak, because when you call in, we'll put you in a queue. When you call in, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. We will let you know when you have 30 seconds left of the 2 minutes, and then also let you know when your time has lapsed. Lisa, any emails on the project?
Hi, Chairman. We received 5 emails in opposition.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Sean, do we have any callers?
Chairman, we don't currently have callers in the queue, so we'll take a pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I'll check back in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair, we don't have any callers in the queue for this item.
Okay. Applicant, you have 2 minutes. Any final thoughts, or are you good?
Chairman, again, Ryan, we are good, and just here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe
Chairman,
that Councilman, yes?
I just wanted to let you know the phone is ringing as we're speaking, so we're working on
let's
confirming
wait.
if that's for this item or something else.
Yeah, let's bring let's see if it's for this item. Thank you. We'll give them a minute. Let us know.
Chairman, the caller was for this item, and you have them in the meeting now.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Joe DeLucas. I actually emailed in, but I live at 152 Dueler Drive in the Heritage Hill community. Actually, what Ryan and Chris just said about the meeting last week was actually incorrect. They said that there'll be plenty of trees, but we're backed up the woods, and we were told that they're going to be torn out for small bushes, and pretty much that the neighbors' yards are going to be backed up to ours, minus the common area, and it's going to completely tear out that whole wooded area that's right behind our house here that we're staring into. So I don't quite understand how they're saying that they're going to keep that area, and we're in complete opposition of this entire thing going in. It's going to cause traffic problems people speed through our house, or through our development as it is. So causing more traffic by extending Lady Nashville out is going to be a hazard. Also, when asked in the meeting a few days ago, a few weeks ago, they were told they didn't know how the roads were going to be fixed due to the traffic. So I don't know what the traffic study is telling them, but everything they just said is completely untrue, and we're opposed to it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, caller. Any other callers, Sean?
Chair, we have no additional callers for this item.
Okay, so let's go ahead and give the applicant any rebuttal to that applicant. 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Again, this is Ryan Lovelace. The gentleman spoke at the neighborhood meeting. I believe he lives in the northern boundary. I'll let Patrick add to this, but there is a required 20-foot landscape buffer along that northern boundary between his house and our property. Also, our homes will be quite a bit lower than that boundary line. The woods and the 50% open space and the preserved areas are, in the center part of the project as well as the southern part of the project where the Stoners Creek is. But we meet the requirements up there for the buffer. And Patrick, I don't remember the details. I don't know if it's type C or B or what it is, but there is a landscape buffer between the subdivision to the north and us. Thank you.
That's correct. The site plan denotes a B level, and I believe it's a 20-foot wide landscape buffer. Also, to speak to some of the concerns about removing existing vegetation, we would prefer that the mature vegetation stay, and that we would look at a tree inventory when the final site plan came in. We would credit the existing vegetation towards the buffer requirements. I think that would be beneficial for the neighbors, this development, everybody, because we don't want to rip out mature trees for just bushes and understory shrubs. So we would look for that on the final site plan because we certainly still have all our aerial imagery from our GIS mapping, and so we'll be aware of that when the final site plan comes in.
And we would agree with that too, because as much as we can. It just saves us money so we don't have to replant all these buffers. So, as much as we can, we would want to save the vegetation, and we'll do our best to do so and work with staff to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that Councilman Hager is on the line. Councilman, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, we had a community meeting on this about 2 weeks ago, and I think, the biggest complaint, of course, was the traffic coming through here. And, of course, I was raised up in this area, and I own some property right over the hill, barely on the Wilson County side, which is Pin Oak. So I know that the traffic comes out Lady Nashville down to Lebanon Road. And then you've got the two roads that come through Hidden Hills subdivision to Tulip Grove Road. And one of those roads that they all connect to is Lisa Ann Lane. There is a red light there. The one thing I did discuss with them was the proposal to possibly put a turning lane from Tulip Grove Road on the Lisa Ann Lane, due to that's a 2-lane road and it backs up a lot. The other consideration was on the east side of this development they're proposing, there has been a plat put in for that property on the Wilson County side for about 350 homes, 375 homes on that side. They would come out on across the railroad tracks on the south side or Chandler Road, but they do have that abutting into that plat. Right now, Mount Juliet Planning Commission has denied their permit to do that development over on the Wilson County side. So the biggest complaints that I've got about this development, of course, is traffic. So I requested that they at least try to put a turning lane there from Tulip Grove Road into Lisa Ann Lane because that's becoming a very busy road. And all these roads at one time were just country roads. And now they're becoming main arteries for subdivisions in that area. And of course, this is a big development. I understand, I've explained to the constituents that it is a concept plan. It's going in as it's zoned. The other question I had was the open space, to make sure that whoever's going to control the open space, whether it be an HOA, but if it's an HOA, I wanted to make sure that they could never sell that property to develop any more than what's already there. And the reason I say that is because we just went through that with the property on Highway 100 in Rosenberg's district about keeping that open space out there. And they indicated that they would put it in the deed that it would stay all open space instead of being controlled by an HOA. But I understand also, due to that topography of this property, they may not be able to build on any of this other property anyway. So that was one other consideration. So I've told everybody that, you know, you may have to come up with a Safe Street program or something that the developers could help with the surrounding neighbors to make sure and ensure that traffic coming in and out of these really just two roads, Lady Nashville and Lisa Ann Lane, you know, that there's some type of traffic calming things that can help with that traffic coming in and out of there. But I understand completely that it is not a rezoning, and as such, my people just are concerned about the traffic's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And so now we are on to discussion. And I don't think that I have started with Commissioner Tibbs yet. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to go first?
You keep it like a tally sheet or something?
I do. I have little check marks, the little boxes. You know, I always try to be fair.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you, Councilman Hagar, getting on. That was, it's kind of good just to hear that kind of more of a wrap up of some more of the conversation. Did the comments that he said, that they asked for, are they part of the conditions staff, or is that something that he could handle later?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan. So this does not go to council. This is a planning commission decision as it's a subdivision under existing entitlements. I believe that I know there was a traffic study reviewed and approved. I don't believe it included or that it called for the improvement that the council member mentioned. We do have someone from Public Works that's on the line if they need to, if you have a desire to hear about the traffic study.
Actually, not necessarily. I guess I was kind of more hoping, encouraged that the developer would, take into account what the councilman's requests were. I believe based off the requirements, they've met it and they've exceeded it as far as the letter of the law. It appears to be most of the requirements. So although I agree with staff recommendation, I guess I just would encourage the developer to, I don't guess they're required to, but just it'd be good and considerate to take into account Councilman Hagar's request. But otherwise, it's a lot, but it seems like it meets the requirements, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sims.
Yes, sir. I have a question about these alternative lot sizes. If we are zoning down to R6, does that mean that they can actually be duplexes built on this, or is this kind of subdivision actually limited to one per lot?
Hi, this is Lisa. So the cluster lot provisions, you're not rezoning. They are just allowed to cluster lots down to a smaller size. So there's no increase in intensity. In order for something to be duplex eligible, it has to meet the minimum standards of the base zoning. So in other words, if you cluster below what the base zoning requires, then they are limited to single family. These are all proposed to be single family lots, 253 single family lots.
Okay, and is that somewhere in our proposal that they're single family? And I'm just overlooking it?
It's noted on the site plan.
Okay. Because that would be considerably more than this. I did go out there and try to walk it. This is deep. I mean, a lot of this is just not buildable. And so I'm a little bit disappointed that there's not more concessions for the neighborhood, a playground, which, can be as simple as you want it to be, I guess. And for this many families, and then the walking trail doesn't seem to compensate the incredible loss of woods and losses that the families have now. And the letters we got, many of them are talking about the loss of wildlife, the loss of space to be outside. They use this as a park, even though it's not designated that way. So I would like to see us do something more with how you can actually give some amenities to the families, which is required in this kind of zoning. Other than that, I don't think there's much we can do. I think it's huge, and I don't really like it, but there's not much we can do with the subdivision regs other than what I've requested already. So.
Commissioner Sims, you finished?
I am.
Okay, Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. I do think this is going to be a big change out there. This is just a lot of homes. It's an interesting layout. I hope it just doesn't look as cookie cutter as it looks on the screen that we're looking at now. It's great that there's some open space, but that's, it's going to be seems like almost an afterthought of how they can get in as many lots as they can. So, it's one of those, if it meets the check boxes, then we'll get there. But I wish it just had a little bit more character and diversity in the layout.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Lawson, you there? You're still on mute.
Unmuted.
There you go.
Yeah,
Commissioner, you're recognized.
As I was saying, it's always been an issue when you start talking about cluster lots. In this case, I can't find anything wrong with it. I know there are things we'd like to see in it, but it's not being required by anything on the planning staff or the planning commission. So I kind of follow the staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some question to Public Works, still he's there, because about the traffic study. I mean, looking at this development, I think the applicant stated really well. It's filling the donut hole. So, because this subdivision is in the middle of existing cul-de-sac, so the connector street, I think, have to go through existing neighborhood, such as have to connect to Lady Nashville Drive to go to Lebanon Road, and have to go to Lee Ann Lane to go to Tulip Grove. So if Public Works can talk about traffic study and why it makes sense to put 253 homes in that donuts hole, I will have a little bit more understanding.
Sure. This is John Bogosian with Public Works. Just want to confirm if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the intent of the traffic study is to analyze the impacts of a development. There's other goals about roadway connectivity and the goals of planning a metro, especially in the suburban areas, is to connect roads. And you know, these roads which are existing were built in such a way that continued development will connect to them. So the intent of development and sprawl out here was for future road connections as it continues to develop. To talk about your point about traffic, and there's an existing neighborhood and there are future connections and 200 to 300 units out here. One of the conditions from traffic or from Public Works for this development was to work with us with the first plat, the next phase, to assess traffic calming implementations for the neighborhood.
Okay. My concern is the impact to the existing street, such as Lady Nashville Drive and Leon Lane, because those lane, street, neighborhood street already has existing traffic coming from existing subdivision. And each would add potential 250. Maybe some will go north and then some will go southwest. So it may be divided to two streets. But is there anything to measure those, impact to those neighborhood streets?
Yeah, the intent of the traffic study is to assess the current capacity of the roadways and the future demand with this development, and to provide improvements to mitigate that impact. And so based off the traffic study, it was determined that there is adequate capacity out there to support the addition of this development.
So by support, meaning the street width and pressure of the concrete and so forth, and as well as traffic calming and traffic measure, light, stoplight, and so forth. Is that right?
Correct. Yes. The roads are built and maintained to Public Works standards. So the asphalt should handle the anticipated use volume and those sorts of things and be maintained by Public Works. But the width, the laneage out there has been analyzed to handle the increase in traffic.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. So next question is to, I think, staff. I think this development is broke down to 5 phases. So could you tell me a first phase, like a street connection? Would that be Lady Nashville Drive is the first phase? Or both Lady Nashville and Lisa Ann Lane? Would that be the both like a first phase construction plan?
Hi, this is Lisa. So this is divided into, I believe there are several phases that are proposed, but the timing of those phases could vary. It doesn't necessarily mean that phase 1 would come in first. They aren't always numbered in order. And so I'm not certain that we know which would be the first phase. We would review the phases as they come in for the final site plan. If you would like to ask the applicant, that would be fine. But we would just review them as they came in with the final site plan to make sure that they do have appropriate connections.
Thank you. That will do it. Appreciate it. on the paper and everything, it appeared to look like, subdivision regulation. Yes, open space and so forth. And I think it makes sense if south side is connected to like a, existing railroad station, and then if this was like traffic-oriented development, ease the traffic. But I am not really convinced if, 253 homes in the donut hole is really good idea. So I'm having a hard time. I understand, applicant is try to check mark with subdivision regulation, but all the impact, I'm not 100% convinced at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
I think it meets the subdivision regulations, and I'm supporting staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Chair Farr, you're the last.
Thank you. I think that it's always hard to do 250 units. And clearly this is going to have a big impact on that area. But I also think that, as we've all stated, that it meets the technical requirements. And, while we may not like it, I'm not sure how that we have grounds to not approve it. I do wonder a little bit about some of the ideas that Commissioner Sims brought forth in terms of making sure that the walking trails are more accessible, or maybe providing some additional amenities in the community for the surrounding residents. And I guess it's a question for staff. Do we have any ability to try to encourage that in a different way, or do we just have to express our thoughts and hope the developer listens or hears?
Hi, this is Lisa Milligan. So the cluster lot provisions outline specific standards for the number of recreational facilities that are required based on the number of lots that are proposed. And it also outlines how much open space is required. They are exceeding the open space by quite a bit. They're required to have 15%. They've got almost 53%. They're required to have recreational facilities, and those recreational facilities can be passive, active. They can be a variety of things. It doesn't specify in the code specifically what they have to be, but it gives options. They are meeting the standards of the zoning code in regards to the number of facilities that they have, and they're exceeding the amount of open space.
Okay, so I understand it technically meets it. I would just, I guess, want it put in the record to the developer that we, that to the extent possible to consider these open space amenities to make sure that they are reasonably accessible to the surrounding community, and try to add as much benefit as possible to both this new development as well as the surrounding community. But I agree that it technically meets the subdivision regulations, and so I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion. And is there a second?
I'll second. Gobble.
Commissioner Gobble seconds the motion. And any other discussion? You would raise your icon hand. Commissioner Sims?
I want to thank Commissioner Farr for following up on that, because I think there's a difference between what is actually the letter of the law, and again, I think we're going to revisit this, the spirit of the law, and I want to pick up on and I just don't think this actually follows up on what the cluster lots were really intended to do. And part of what some cities have had ruled is that the amenities should be decided with the community, and that there has to be a guarantee of the integrity of the ownership, which I think Councilman Hager picked up on, but I want to make sure that that goes in the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing no other icon hands or no one else wishing to speak, we are ready for a roll call. Vice Chair Farr?
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy?
No.
Commissioner Sims?
No.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Yes.
Commissioner Tibbs, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Yes.
Chair votes aye. So 5 ayes, 3 noes. Ayes have it. Passes. We are now on to our last item for public hearing, which is item number 45, and that is Abby, I think. I believe. Let's see. Abby, you're still on mute. Abby, you're recognized. There you go.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Sorry, my earphones just fell out of my ears. It's Abby Rickoff here, and I'm presenting the last item on tonight's agenda, which is case 2020Z-138PR-001. Next slide. This is a request to rezone from single-family residential to 1 and 2 family residential, RS15 to R15, zoning for properties located at 4019 and 4020 Meadow Road, located on either side of Meadow Road, west of Clarksville Pike and north of Fairview Drive. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to approve R15 zoning on parcel 042 and disapprove R15 zoning on parcel 033. Next slide. The site includes 2 parcels on 0.72 total acres located on either side of Meadow Road, south and east of Cedar Circle. The eastern parcel 042 contains a single-family residential use, and the western parcel 033 is vacant. Next slide, please. The parcels are located within a larger area of RS15 zoning that generally extends north of Kings Lane and then west towards Briley Parkway. The surrounding development pattern includes primarily single-family uses along Meadow Road and interior to the neighborhood. The pattern to the south, near the Meadow Road Fairview Drive intersection, is slightly more intense, with scattered 2-family and non-residential uses that continue to the east along the Clarksville Pike corridor. Next slide. Parcel 042 is on the eastern edge of a T3 suburban neighborhood evolving policy area, adjacent to properties along Clarksville Pike that are in the suburban mixed-use corridor policy area. The suburban mixed-use corridor policy supports higher intensity suburban development that contains properties currently zoned for mixed use and non-residential uses. On the opposite side of the street, parcel 033, it's located on the western edge of the suburban neighborhood policy area, interior to the neighborhood and adjacent to properties and the suburban neighborhood maintenance area, which generally supports maintenance of the existing development pattern. The existing residential development pattern in the neighborhood maintenance area to the west includes primarily single-family uses. In this case, the parcels are located on opposite sides of the street, where the context on the east side is very different than on the west side. The eastern parcel, 042, is adjacent to higher intensity policy areas along Clarksville Pike, which is an arterial boulevard, where it may be appropriate for additional intensity, consistent with the suburban neighborhood evolving policy of creating more opportunity for housing choice. The western parcel at 033 is located interior to the neighborhood and away from the corridor, where it may not be appropriate to increase residential intensity, given the parcel's mid-block location and its adjacency to a lower intensity policy area. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff recommendation is to approve R15 zoning on parcel 042 and disapprove R15 zoning on parcel 033. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, and we'll go ahead and open this item for public hearing. And is the applicant on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. And we can hear you. And you have 10 minutes. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and your address, and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Philip Neesmith, and my address is 3912 Milford Road, Nashville, Tennessee. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for listening to my case. This is the first time I'm doing something like this, so forgive me, I might be a little nervous. But let me start by introducing myself again. My name is Philip Neesmith. I am a single father of 1. I was born and raised in Nashville, so I've seen all the changes that happened in Nashville over the past 40 years. During my childhood, I was born in the and lived in the Parkwood Estates area. And when I had my son, I moved over here to the Bordeaux area, where I have still lived to this day. I own 4 properties in this area. The 2 properties that are in question, an empty lot on 113 East Fairview Drive, and my home residence. As a result, I believe I have a right, the time vested, and stake in what happens in this area. Today, I'm requesting the 2 properties, 4019 and 20, to be rezoned to allow me to build 2 separate units, detached or separate units. Both are within walking distance of the Kroger's on Clarksville Highway. The property 4020 Meadow Road was, as she stated, was given the okay. So my focus today will be on the 4019 property. As you may know, Clarksville Highway is undergoing a mass reconstruction, and along with this, we'll need more residents to occupy and service the businesses, restaurants, stores, and et cetera in the area. And as I was doing my research and my studies, particularly in the Clarksville Pike Urban Design Overlay at the Fairview Center, my plans coincide with exactly what they have already planned for this area, which is more units. So if you pull up the Clarksville Pike overlay plan, you see that on page 17 and 18, the designs are very similar to the ones I already have, the blueprints that I already possess. But of course, I will take those to codes and make the changes necessary to proceed with this project. In closing, I am a Nashvilleian. I was born and raised in here. I'm not some investor from a different state looking for the next big deal. I have been here all my life. So if given the green light, I would appreciate it. Again, thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, and you'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal. So now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show that call-in number now. As a reminder, please only call in on, well, this is our last case. When you begin your testimony, state your name and address for the record and whether you oppose or support the application, the item. We're not able to display the timer, so Sean will let you have 2 minutes to speak. When you have 30 seconds left, Sean will let you know, and then also she'll let you know when your time has lapsed. So we appreciate everybody calling in. You don't have to wait to call in after everybody's speaking, because once you call in, you'll be put into a queue. Lisa, any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. We did not receive any emails on this item.
Okay, thank you. Sean, do we have any callers in the queue?
Chair, we do not currently have any callers, so we'll take a brief pause in case anyone's trying to reach us, and I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chairman, we have no callers in the queue for this item.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so to the applicant, you did a really fantastic job on your first time. We appreciate you calling in. You have, if you really have 2 minutes for rebuttal, but or closing thoughts, and then we'll recognize Councilman Hall, who is on the line. Anything else from the applicant?
No, I was just going to say, Councilman Hall, I have spoke with him many a times on this, and he is in favor in helping me with this situation. And last thing, yesterday was my birthday, so a yes vote would be great. That's it. Thank you.
Happy birthday. Every birthday is earned.
Thank you.
Especially in 2020. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Councilman Hall.
Thank you, Chair. As Philip spoke, he's absolutely correct. You know, he's someone who's grown up around the area and is now raising his children in the area the same as I am. And so we've walked the property in the neighborhood on several occasions, actually went door to door and talked to neighbors who all support both rezonings. I know one property is a little different from the other in terms of its interior position in the neighborhood. But you guys may or may not be aware that this is something that has been actually very productive and used for us in terms of setting comps and improving the neighborhood. This is part of a revitalization that's taking place. Southview, Cedar, Milford, and Fairview all are having homes that have been older homes that are torn down and being rebuilt, or who are next in line behind Philip to do the same or something very similar. Over the last 2 years, we've had a couple of projects approved that have not broken ground yet or started to break ground yet. One for 8 units, another one for 5. And we're now in a neighborhood that was really struggling in that area, have gotten comps, and well, not just comps, we've gotten appraisals for 320 to 350 where we were getting 180 before. And so there's actually going to be a few things coming down the pike here in the next couple of weeks where 11 acres coming off of Cedar, backing down off of the Clarksville Pike property or Clarksville Pike Highway, and on the next side over off of Milford, where you're going to have almost identical things. And both of those will be anywhere from hopefully 12 to 15 units on one, and then 4 or 5 individual units on the other 2 combined. And so Philip, like I said, he came to us, we went door to door, we talked to neighbors, and we looked at what was already taking place in the area. And so this is something we'd like to continue, where we can move towards smart growth and increasing our density, but in a very contiguous and thoughtful manner. All of these things are going to lead toward us having a more walkability and connecting over to, hopefully, Timothy Park, which backs up to Cedar, and Mullins Greenway, which is on West Hamilton. And so all of this is geared toward connecting us to those 2 things. But I would really appreciate you guys' approval on these. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. And seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll close the public hearing. We are now on discussion. I don't think we started with Councilor Murphy yet. Councilor Lady, you want to go first?
Oh, you must be checking those check marks twice then.
And that's great. You start with it because I've been paying attention. She's took me to school the last 18 months. So yeah, let's start with Council Lady Murphy.
Well, Mr. Hall, I'm not sure how to take that, but just make sure you're on mute. That might be a compliment. Some advice there. So here's the thing: it is kind of funny to have two lots to have rezone like this, and this is an area that is revitalizing and things like that. I'm not completely sold on upzoning both of them. Again, y'all have heard me say a million times, I don't really like the patchwork quilt approach to zoning. And this one just seems a little, just that there could have been a better way to do this. Maybe, you know, maybe the whole block face, maybe something else. I don't know. It's just a little odd to have two like this. We don't typically see that. So, I don't have very strong feelings either way, especially given the fact that this is what a transition. We're in a neighborhood evolving. I'm sorry. And this is, you know, where you have things that people can walk to. It's just, I don't know. Let's hear what everybody else has to say on it. I'm a little bit on the fence right now.
Mr. Sims.
First of all, Mr. Nesmith, you are wonderful. So if that was nervous, you did a great job. And I live in a neighborhood similar to that started like this. And one of the things we know from land use research is that when you start putting more density on, for example, having a duplex, it does drive up the costs. And that's got a downside too, because people that need truly affordable housing start getting priced out of the market. And I do think there's a way that if particularly you as the council and Mr. Hall really want to do something with this area, that looking at bigger pieces of zoning rather than just pick one in the middle of the lot that will have ramifications beyond what we've been able to study and study thoroughly. So I really I actually thought the solution that the staff offered was highly creative, because one on the other side is actually going to be backed up to a very busy part of our city, but the one that is across the street is surrounded by single dwelling homes. And so we're kind of getting the best of both worlds there. So I really do support the staff's findings on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Tibbs.
Yeah, I'm actually more for. I think I'm actually okay with this. And I'm a little bit against what staff is saying. I believe that contextually that, you know, that what happens on this side of the street, I mean, we really are talking across the street from each other. And it seems like it is going to be contiguous for the most part with what's happening. I do know this is obviously, you know, the zoning, you know, we're upping it and there's more density there. But, you know, sometimes, you know, I feel like at least in this particular neighborhood, not that it will make it cluttery, but it actually, you know, gives it a little bit more of the character of what's happening. So I don't have a big problem with this one. I think this whole, you know, especially because of the neighborhood evolving and there's so much happening in this, you know, that's, you know, that area is progressing in such a way that I actually think this would, you know, is appropriate.
Vice Chair Farr.
I actually am. I'm somewhere between Commissioner Tibbs and Commissioner Sims. I mean, on the one hand, I see that this is a good way to protect the existing single-family zoning or the single-family development pattern on the western side of the street. But I also do think, as Commissioner Tibbs said, they're literally across the street from each other. And so I think most people expect to see a consistent development pattern that goes up one street, not necessarily looking on opposite sides of, you know, expecting something different on an opposite side of the street. So I don't know. I think I'm going to listen a bit more to other commissioners, but I am also on the fence with this one.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Gobble.
This is a difficult one. I agree with Council Lady Murphy about just a spot here and a spot there. I really don't like that. But I understand the need, and I'm inclined to go along with the staff's position. I'm pretty passive about it. But, you know, I also agree with Commissioner Tibbs that what goes on one side of the street goes on the other.
Anything else, Commissioner?
That's all from me.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a difficult one. I mean, policy-wise, both properties are neighborhood evolving, and staff did a really, good explanation. I mean, west side of the property is about it behind the existing neighborhood maintenance property. On the other hand, east side is about it too busier, different type of development. So I understand, I agree with Commissioner Sims, as well as I appreciate Commissioner Tibbs' point as well, because it's within the neighborhood maintenance, and only thing concerned is started with mid-block. So that will affect a kind of domino effect to either up north or come down to south. So that's a really tough decision. But I think the west side, even though it is a neighborhood maintenance, considering adjacent to single family behind it, so it will be all sudden changing. So even though across the street should look alike, so for that sense, I think, as Commissioner Sims said, staff came up with really creative solution. We would like to see revitalization in that area. I do appreciate Councilman Hall's comment, but at the same time, we don't want to see property goes up and eventually move the existing neighbors out of the neighborhood. So we have to kind of take balance. So I think for that, all things considered, staff recommendation is a very creative, right solution. As Commissioner Sims always says, zone change is not a right. So I think in that sense, I'm agreeing with staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson.
All of the discussions and all the points raised are very appropriate, and appropriate for a community that has been underdeveloped and I forgot the word that I want to use, but things in the neighborhood, and I lived near that neighborhood for quite a few years. And I understand what the applicant is trying to do. And for a attaboy and my heart is with you, is still not enough justification to change what the staff's recommendation is. So I'm going with staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we're ready for a motion. Everyone has spoken.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Lawson?
I'll make a motion that we adopt a staff recommendation.
Proper motion. Is there a second?
This is Pearl. I'll second that.
Commissioner Sims seconds. And any more discussion? You'd raise your icon hand and or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, we are on a roll call vote to adopt the staff's recommendation. Vice Chair Farr. Vice Chair Farr?
Oh, sorry. Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Councilor Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Sims?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
No.
Chair votes aye. 7 ayes, 1 against. Staff recommendation is approved. That concludes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
just one other statement, and
yes, sir.
I've been at this now for 40 years, and I have never really seen a comprehensive analysis and review of the development patterns in Bordeaux. Not such as what we have done in other parts of Nashville. To me, it's always been piecemeal. And I would encourage the planning department at some point in time in the very near future to take a look at that community plan again and see what is evolving and try to address some of the issues that we've heard tonight.
Commissioner, that's an outstanding thought, and and I know Councilman Hall, there's just a lot going on in that area, and I know that Councilman Hall is extremely passionate about it, and all the other councilmen that represent the area. So Bob and Lisa and myself, we'll talk to the director and see. We'll get some information out to the commissioners about the history, what we have done, and see see what next steps are. I don't disagree with you, and I think that's a good thought pattern. I really think those are good thoughts.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. If that's okay with you and the other commissioners, we'll work through that and get some more information on that. If that's
Thank
okay.
you, sir.
Without any objection to that, commissioners? I don't see any objection or hear any objection, so we'll work on it. And y'all know I try to be a person of my word. I feel like we when y'all bring up issues and concerns or ideas, that we vet those thoroughly, and that we try to have a balanced approach across the county within the means of the department. So I really try to keep to my word, and I think that the team does that as well, and so we'll work on it.
This is Commissioner Sims. I'd like to tell Mr. Lawson how I think that's a great idea. But to manage expectations, Edge Hill has gone through this, and we've been on a wait list for a plan for 2 years. And it's not because the planning staff hasn't wanted to do it. It's just that we don't have staff to move through the kinds of studies we really need right now. And so just wanted to make sure that we don't set false expectations.
Oh, absolutely. And Commissioner Sims, as I said in my statement, within the means of the department, I think is a critical. I should have pointed that out more. And we have. I know y'all know this, and y'all know that every time budget comes around, we're always trying to figure out, how to cut this, how to cut that, and when we ask for more staff, sometimes it's difficult, but. I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Sims. Very good comments. Very good discussion. All right, so that brings us to item I, which is other business, and so we are on anything on historic.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to update Second Avenue Restoration Task Force, but I heard Chairman have some update on us, so I will leave it to Mr. Chairman. And so we look forward to hear update about the Restoration Task Force effort.
Excellent, and we'll get Bob to go through some of that, and then if you want to add some more, that would be great too. So we'll do that when we get to executive committee. Anything in parks? Commissioner Haynes is not on the line. So executive committee / director's report. Vice Chair, do you want to add anything other than the discussion on the Second Avenue items?
Nope.
Okay. Nope. So Bob, why don't you give us an update? I will tell you this: the commissioners, you received some information from our Director Kemp. I personally know one of the reasons why she's not on the call tonight. She's actively engaged in items going on with the Second Avenue piece. I've talked to the director and the assistant director, Mr. Lehman, about this, and we will, as information comes available, we will definitely update everyone. One of the issues I do want to point out is that it involves, 3 levels of government, as y'all know, and so it just there's a lot of coordination going on, and so that just takes some time. So, Bob, why don't you give us an update of what you can from?
Yeah. Hi, Chairman. Lucy wanted me to pass along a few things that she's been working on, and I think she'll be able to give you more of an in-person update maybe at our next work session. I think we're planning to have a Planning Commission work session in February, but she wanted me to just pass along a few things. That there are many departments that are continuing to assess the damage on Second Avenue and trying to get a clearer idea of the rebuilding work that is ahead of us. And a lot of that, she's going forward, the planning department and the historical commission will be engaged, given our missions, and we'll have to look at given our missions in this location. I mean, we look at the downtown code, the DTC zoning for this area, and the Historic Zoning Commission looks at the historic overlay for Second Avenue. And so we'll have to work really closely together with any sort of rebuilding efforts and any permits that go through Metro. Planning is also supporting the mayor's office on public engagement strategies. And some of the other things that are happening are that we have tapped into experts locally and across the country with relevant experience in disaster recovery and rebuilding. I know that Lucy has talked to people in New Orleans who dealt with Hurricane Katrina, and I think she's talked to people in Oklahoma City. They experienced after the bombing, they experienced there and the rebuilding efforts that went after that occurrence. And then as we engage, we'll do our part and work with other city leadership, neighborhoods, and others to ensure that we're meeting the best planning principles going forward. And there's lots of questions that are still yet to be answered. And those are there's just like, how do we decide what to prioritize and coordinate with all the critical stakeholders, and how do we incorporate sort of lessons that we've learned from the historic structures that were damaged by the March tornadoes. I mean, we'll just continue to work to ensure issues are being addressed regarding the public realm, urban design issues, preservation issues, and we have to do all these in a meaningful way. So there's a lot of sort of interconnected issues that we have to address and figure out how to kind of work our way through. So I know that she's been working a lot of hours since this happened, and I think she'll be able to give you a little bit more detailed update on kind of what's going on, and maybe that can be done at our next work session when we talk about redistricting also.
Thank you, Bob. And I want the commissioners to know that, once we get to once the director gets to a good place and able to publicly disseminate the information, she will to the commissioners. And like I said, there's just a lot of, like I said, not only just city coordination, but you have state agencies and you have federal agencies, you have emergency. There's just a lot of moving parts. And I will tell you that Lucy and I have been in direct communication and working on this, and Lucy is working very, very closely with the mayor's office in trying to figure out, all of those moving parts. Any questions for Bob or I? Commissioner Johnson, you have your hand up.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you so much. Yes, with this effort from Metro Historic Zoning Commission, Vice Chair Cyril Stewart is heading the task force to navigate through, all the coordination, because everybody jumps in and everybody goes change, try to restore and give resource to people affected, and then, preserve and just to revitalize. So for that, I really appreciate everybody's effort, Mayor's office, department, Metro Department, Coast Department, and everybody. And also Metro Historic Commission, they do have various community participation, if you want to donate. So they do have those information. So please don't hesitate to check out those sites.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? I want to make sure obviously we'll communicate as soon as we can and as often as we can. And, I appreciate everybody's involvement and patience and all the other departments. So, Bob, anything else on the director's report? Anything else you want to discuss?
No, I don't think we had anything else. Just we'll look forward. Kelly will be sending out an email to try to find a date in early February for our work session to talk about redistricting and other things. So be on the lookout for that.
And that will be a teleconference call as well. Legislative update, Council Lady, anything?
We're about to be the council on hours of meeting this week. So, if you want me to make a motion to adjourn, I'd be happy to. No.
Yeah.
I think we're at that point, right?
Yeah. Just y'all don't forget February 11th meeting, and please make a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Without objection. And there's a second. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.